Hi. Hold on, let me put some let me put my music on. Excuse me. Currently eating. Oh, that's a little bit loud. Is that too loud? How's the volume? Oh, someone must have disconnected. Pew doo pew pew doo doo. Let me wait for people to show up. I'm a small, teeny tiny, little 30 sub man. I gotta wait for people. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Today is the right day, right? Yeah. Let me see, have I got everything? Everything that I need. Goes up to there. So, we have liftoff. So, today we are ranking One Piece arcs because I like One Piece, and I've been meaning to branch out a little bit. I want to do stuff that's not just Sonic on my channel, and I have interest in a lot of things, and One Piece is one of them. And I've seen, you know, other YouTubers do this kind of thing. It's easy, it's simple, it's something I can do on stream. Mostly lurking. Yeah, that's fine. Let's start then. So, how's the volume, by the way? Because I've got, like, music playing in the background, and I don't want that to drown me out. I've only been streaming Sonic games. I haven't been streaming so many different things in one go. So a little bit of context as to how we're going to be doing this. There are a lot of arcs here, and I have a lot to say about pretty much all of them. It's good. Okay, cool. So I think for today, my goal is to get to right here for the time skip. Because I have a lot to say about a lot of these arcs, and I don't think I'm going to make it all the way through. It would be too long of a stream, and I'm tired because I had a long day yesterday. And, you know, it's just kind of, I have too much to say, and if I had to cut myself off or stop myself from really going into detail on things, then I just wouldn't really get it. It defeats the purpose. I really want to talk about the specific stuff I like and I don't like about these arcs. Another thing is that I won't be ranking the filler. I've watched up until... I think I watched up until this one in terms of anime filler, but the rest I didn't check out. A little bit of context. One Piece is... Let me start off by saying I started watching One Piece in 2022. If you know anything about, like, Sonic, you'll know that it was kind of a big year for Sonic. Not just Sonic, but, like, for me. I was at work. I was working full-time. And a lot of cool stuff that I really liked came out that year. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Pokemon Legends Arceus. And obviously we had, like, the Sonic movie 2 and all of that stuff. And Frontiers was coming out later that year. So over the summer, I had, like, a gap of, like, free time of just, like, you know, I'm working. But in terms of my free time, I didn't have a lot going on. And I really wanted to, like, I remember feeling like I want a story to really dig into. I want, like, a long, like, I want to start, you know, like one of those big anime, like Dragon Ball or Naruto, where you kind of, you know, you want to get into it, you want to see all the cool fights, you want to really, like, I wanted to feel the way I felt about Sonic, about other things as well. And in that summer, I was working, I worked at a hotel, and that particular day was fairly slow, but we had, like, a big wedding coming up. So I was told to basically spend all day setting up, like, several hundred seats at the, for the wedding. And obviously, you know, I was working, had some headphones in, listening to music and stuff. And, you know, I listen to YouTube. And on my recommended, I get a video from Mother's Basement talking about how, I think it was like, One Piece is too powerful or too good or something like that. And it was like, basically talking about how good One Piece is without spoiling it. And I was like, okay, that's interesting, I'll check it out. And I got home that day, I ordered I didn't know that you could read the online manga. So I kind of just ordered a couple of them on Amazon, you know, like those 3-in-1 big manga volumes for those big franchises, or IPs, or whatever. I got those up, and now I started reading One Piece. I got to about Arlong Park a decent ways through, and I was enjoying it, but I was like, because this was like, things started picking up at work, and, you know, Sonic Frontiers was coming out soon, and I was focused on that. And I decided to just kind of take a break from One Piece. I was like, I'm not dropping it. I really like One Piece. I really want to keep going, but I don't want to, like, half-ass it or give it, like, my halved attention or whatever. I want to really focus on One Piece when I have the time. And then I stopped reading for like a year, because the year after, in 2023, Gear 5 came out in the anime, and I was over at Molking's house. And he's not one of those annoying people who, like, what is it, they spoil things on purpose. He's one of the annoying people that spoils things on accident, because once he starts talking about something, he does not stop. And he was showing me, like, footage, or like, clips from Crunchyroll of, like, Gear 5, you know, swinging Kaido around like a Looney Tune. He was like, oh, did you know they based this off of Looney Tunes? Blah, 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 blah. And I was just like, I was watching it, and I was like, this is sick. This is, like, what I want Sonic to be like, you know? Where it was, like, a lot of really good animation, and they use the fact that it's, you know, a fictional 2D animation thing, and it's focused on rubber hose and stuff, to go completely balls to the wall crazy. And it's like Looney Tunes kind of combat within an anime, so like things have consequences and like stakes and things like happen and matter. I don't know how to explain it, but I thought Gear 5 was awesome without knowing anything about it. And that made me want to start One Piece again, this time from the anime, because I was like, I'm not buying, you know, like, the problem was I was buying manga, and it was just kind of, you know, I'd buy one of them, and then I'd read it, and then I'd have to buy another one and wait for that to arrive, and, you know. But if I just watched the anime, I could just get through it. Like, watch as much as I want when I want. And that's how I started watching One Piece. So that's how I started One Piece. Let's begin. So, Romance Dawn. Personally, I would probably put it in B. And I'm so new to this, like, ranking stuff on stream. Romance Dawn is, like, the perfect little way to start the story. It is, like, 2 or 3 chapters or episodes or whatever. I don't know. It's not very long. Wait, is it 2? No, it's like 7 chapters long. I don't remember. You get, like, Luffy's backstory, where you set up Luffy as a character, what he's like. I wasn't, like, 100% sold on Luffy as a character yet. I liked him, but it would take, like, a little bit of time until probably Arlong Park, I think. I really, like, fell in love with Luffy. But without that, you know, I thought it was really cool. I liked the setting. I like piratey stuff and cartoons, and this was, like, a perfect mix of both. It's, like, again, everything I wanted Sonic to be. It's, like, a seafaring adventure across all these smaller islands, and each island it's dedicated, not just like it has its own arc, but like they have their own culture and their own characters, and sometimes you'll see that character again, like they'll come back and be a big part of the world, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes they just sort of hang out and like stay for a little bit while their arc is still going on, and then they take a step back, they leave, and they don't really come back because that's where they belong. And I like that. I think that's really cool. I like the devil fruits. I mean, just the fact that it's like a pirate world. And like, you know, obviously it's majority ocean. And so having like the main power system be you can't swim in exchange for a cool power. That's really cool. I like that a lot. And Luffy's power specifically, the Gum Gum fruit, is so cool. It lends itself really well to animation. He does so many like creative things in fights. That you could only really get from Luffy. Like, if you look at Dragon Ball, any character, and I'm pretty sure, like, every main Dragon Ball character uses, like, beam clashes and energy and stuff. Like, anyone can do that. But only Luffy, in and out of One Piece, only Luffy can fight the way he fights, you know? And then you get, obviously, you set up a lot of the main things that this story, like, it doesn't immediately get into the themes of the main overall story, but it sets things up with, like, I don't really know how to explain it, like, it guides you into the world of One Piece by setting up one of the earliest central themes, which is that, like, morality, that people should be based on an individual basis, and that groups aren't, they don't, like, indicate how a person is or who they are. You have, like, good Marines and bad Marines, you know, Kobe and the people he looks up to, and then you have, like, Axe and Morgan, and then pirates, you know, pirates are always said to be evil and scary, and for Alvida, you know, that's true, we see that, she's terrible and scary and horrible. Then you have Luffy, who's a good pirate, who, like, is kind and just wants to go on an adventure. And that's all really cool, and then you, like, Kobe goes through his own little character arc, where he learns that lesson for himself, and it's a lesson that, like, a lot of characters contribute to, throughout, like, not just Romance Dawn, but in general. You get, like, the Zoro stuff. Like, the first time we see Zoro, the pirate hunter, oh, he's so scary, so evil. And then, you know, he eats the rice ball. And, like, that whole scene, the sequence with the rice balls, and Luffy's like, you know, this entire time, he's like, I'll, you know, I don't care if Zoro is said to be a bad person, I'm gonna see for myself, and then I'll decide whether or not he belongs on my crew. And then they do, and, like, Zoro earns his immediate respect for Luffy by, like, learning that his dream is to be king of the pirates, which is, like, a recurring thing. Most of the characters that respect Luffy respect him for his ridiculous dream that's, like, impossible. And that's all really good. You get, like, Shanks and aura farming, you get, what is it, like, that early thing of Haki, where, like, Shanks pisses off the sea serpent and scares it away, or the mountain bandits, the whole thing with, like, you know, controlled anger, not like, you know, not letting anyone push your buttons, but like when it comes time to fight, when someone starts messing with the people you care about, that's when you fight. And that whole cool thing of like, guns aren't for pointing, they're not toys, guns are for action. That's so cool. Each character is unique rather than just having the same power system be used by every living thing on the planet. Yes, but like, again, LARP King, you're gonna have to watch the show to really like feel that. And not just like, because the power system, one of my favorite things about One Piece is that the power system lends itself to more than just fights. They are who these people are, these characters. And you, like, there aren't, like, comparatively that many fights in One Piece compared to a lot of other shonen anime, because it's primarily an adventure manga where you, like, you know, the world is very imaginative and abstract and interesting. And the way cultures have evolved, like, you know, the whole thing for Marie Joie and the way that, like, that works with the slaves pushing the paths underneath so that the, you know, the people can walk, like the celestial dragons, they don't have to walk for themselves. Or you have, like, Sabaody Archipelago, the way that works. There's so much cool stuff in One Piece. But, yeah, okay, that was a lot of yapping for the first arc, which is tiny. Romance Dawn goes in B tier. Orange Town. I don't think people will generally disagree with me if I put this in C tier. It's not a bad arc. If it was, I'd dock it down. But Orange Town, you get, like, a lot of, like, fun stuff. It's just not nearly as good as the other arcs. It doesn't have, like, as much of an emotional gut punch, which, spoiler alert, all of the more emotional One Piece arcs are going to be going up in the higher ranks. Because that's what I come to One Piece for. The emotion is... Honestly, look, I've never cried at anything. Like, any show, I mean, like, obviously I've cried. I've not cried at any, like, show or story, but One Piece consistently makes me tear up. It's very, very emotional, and, like, Oda knows how to build up emotion in a really effective way. Well, you know, Orange Town is kind of missing that. The only thing is, like, Shushu, that whole thing with, like, his owner's shop, and Luffy bringing him the last remainder of that shop after Buggy destroys it. That's really cool, and it always gets me emotional because I love bittersweet stories with animals. But the issue is that, like, it's a very early sign of what Oda is like as a writer, but it's not... It's very... how do I put this? There's not much Oda to it, because that story is based off of Hachiko, or Bachiko, or whatever, which is a real story of a real-life dog. They have a statue of him built in Shibuya, in I think Shibuya, in Tokyo. And you've probably already heard this story of the dog who would meet his owner, like when he was coming home from work every day, and then one day the owner suffered like a brain hemorrhage or something and died at work. And obviously the dog has no conception of this. It doesn't understand that its owner is not coming back. So it stayed for like 10 years or something without moving, waiting at the spot that the owner would come pick him up, until obviously he passed away too from old age. And it's a beautiful story about, like, you know, loyalty and love, and it's very bittersweet, but it's a real story, and Oda kind of just took that. Oda does take from a lot of real things like history and pop culture and mythology, religion, politics. Yes, One Piece is political. If you fuckers start saying anything about that in these comments, I'm not even going to gratify that with a response. Piri, please. Hello, chat. Hello. I don't recognize you. I think you're new here. I am 30 subs and small streamer and not good at this. So if anything is broken or does not, like, volume sucks or stream isn't working properly, feel free to shout at me and I will try and fix it. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought a little bit. I'm very tired. Orange Town, yeah. Buggy is cool, but he doesn't really, like, there's not much bugginess to him here. It's just kind of like introducing him. He's better in pretty much everything he shows up in. Snow Jelly Inkling, hello! I didn't get to make it to your stream the other day, because I was working late, but I will, I'll make an effort to try and follow up on that. The other thing that I want to talk about with Orange Town is Nami. Because Nami, I didn't know that I would like her so much at first. Don't worry, my favorite streamer also has no idea what he's doing. Okay, cool, thank you. I advertised you in a Discord server, Piri's from there. Ah, okay, cool. Welcome, welcome. I'm very happy to have you here. The other thing from Orange Town is Nami. I did not think I'd like Nami as much as I do. And it's set up in a really cool way, because, like, she just off the rip tells you exactly what she's about. She's like, I hate pirates, I steal from pirates and nobody else, and the only things I love in the world is money and tangerines. And you're like, interesting. And there's, like, the 3 things that Oda needs to set that up and to really work on her character throughout all of East Blue, until we finally get, like, the resolution, the climax to her character. Which is awesome. But yeah, Orange Town belongs in C tier. Now, I think probably for the first controversial opinion on this tier list, because here we go, hot takes, right? This is what this is about, right? Syrup Village, a lot of people consider this to be, like, the worst arc in the East Blue. I don't agree. I would not put it up in the B tier yet. Maybe I'll bump it up. I'm putting that above Orange Town. Look, I get it. The arc has bad pacing, even in the manga, but especially in the anime. But that's kind of just all of One Piece. One Piece has a lot of issues, and pacing is one of them. Like, let's not pretend that One Piece is perfect. Like, this is one of those things, I'm like, Sonic and One Piece are very similar. They have a lot of very high highs and a lot of very low lows, and the pacing is definitely one of those. But a lot of people, especially like Sleepy T, like, he likes Clohador, but he did not like Usopp when he first met, well, like, when he first got to this story. And it took a long time for him to sort of come around on Usopp, but even then, he's still not a fan of Usopp. I liked Usopp from the beginning. I think he's great. And this is the first arc where we kind of, like, start to see how Oda writes characters. We got, like, the sad part, like, the backstory, the tragedy, you know, of Usopp. He's a liar. He's, you know, the boy who cried wolf. Like, if you didn't know, his name Usopp is derived from Uso, which is lie in Japanese, and Aesop, which is the old fable writer who wrote the fable of the boy who cried wolf. And obviously Usopp's running around the village going like, pirates are coming, everybody hide, and no one believes him because he does this all the time. And then obviously pirates do come, because Clohador and stuff. And because obviously if you set something up that early in the story, then it's a Chekhov's gun. That's going to happen. But, you know, like, I like Usopp, and you sort of find out why he's such a liar, because obviously, you know, his dad, which we saw in, like, the East Blue, like, in the Romance Dawn Luffy backstory, we know that he is on Shanks' crew, we know that Usopp's dad is a pirate who left the village to chase adventure, and Usopp admires his dad, but his mother was all alone, and when she was sick, he would try and lie and say, "Dad is coming, he's at the shore, the pirates have come." Just to cheer her up. So he's someone who lies to make people happy, as we see with Kaya, which, again, another thing that's been foreshadowed. Usopp lies for the benefit of other people, to bring them courage and happiness and, all of that good stuff. And so I like Usopp. Yes, the Captain Kuro shit takes way too long, and it's not great. I don't think he's a great villain. People are very split one way or the other, but you'll see with a lot of my rankings here, I don't sensationalize the way fandoms do. Some things are just mixed. Some things are good and bad, and I think Syrup Village is that. The other thing I want to talk about very quickly before we move on is, again, Nami, because pretty much all of East Blue is her story. And, again, we set up stuff about her, we build on her character. The way that, most Straw Hats, when they join their debut arc, let's say Drum Island, right? Chopper's biggest arc is Drum Island. We see his backstory there, we know what he's about, and, it leads to him joining the crew. But there are certain characters that are exceptions to that, like Nami, where she's introduced early and she kind of joins the crew, but not, not really. She doesn't fully commit to the crew because her story isn't finished. We're going to keep building on that story until she finally joins. And obviously, Syrup Village is that. She decides to, even though she's not fully a part of the Straw Hats and this village means nothing to her, she is fully willing to lay her life down, to put her life on the line to defend this village from pirates. With no, interest in gaining anything back. The money-hungry Nami doesn't want anything out of this. I wonder why that is. Well, we'll find out. Baratie, before we get to Baratie, how is everyone doing? Are we all still following? Very quickly, I may have forgotten to say this before. Obviously, spoilers for One Piece. I'm going to try and make it to the time skip in this stream, because as you can see, by how long it's taken me to get through 3 arcs, I have a lot to say about things, and I don't want to cut myself off, or, not give these arcs the proper attention they deserve. So obviously I'm going to be splitting this up as best I can to the time skip. And I'm not going to be doing anime filler arcs. I've only watched up until, I think, Foxy's return, or I think I vaguely remember this one. Oh, no, I remember Little East Blue. I think that was probably it, so. We're doing good. Okay, cool. Baratie. I really struggle here. I think it used to be an S tier arc. I'm gonna push it to, top of A tier. I'm gonna quickly talk about the stuff I don't like in this arc, just because there are so much less than the stuff I do like, and I'll get through it quicker. Don Krieg, obviously, I don't need to tell you, Don Krieg sucks. The live action very correctly cut him out of the story. He does serve a purpose, which is to highlight the difference in leadership, not just for pirates, but also with Marines and stuff. The difference in leadership between most people and Luffy. The typical thing of, the bad guy leads his subordinates and he treats them like dispensable objects, Even though, as a tactician, you want to be making, calculated sacrifices, but not Luffy, because he's a cool guy, he's a good person, and his crew are his nakama, they are his, they're his family and his friends, and he'll protect them and work alongside them, and they're equals, and, I like that stuff. I think it's pretty good. It's just that Don Krieg himself sucks, and he's not interesting. And the fight against him takes way too long, and it's blah 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 blah, and whatever. Now onto the stuff I do like. I think, obviously, the main thing is Sanji. Obviously I like Sanji. We've talked about this before. Sanji's not my favorite character. There are people in my audience, probably not right now, time zones and such, but they love Sanji, and for good reason. He's had, a good uptick in popularity recently. And Baratie, I remember in East Blue, pre-time skip, I was watching, and I was like, why do people always compare Zoro and Sanji? I like both of them. I think they're both as good as each other. But obviously, post-time skip, Sanji actually gets stories and Zoro does not. And I'm like, okay, that's why. That's because Sanji's an actual character. He's not just aura farming. But, you know, no offense to Zoro fans. Actually, take offense. This is a call-out post. Sanji is great in Baratie. I'm not gonna... So many times I've really wanted to... When I was thinking about the way I was gonna do this stream, I was like going through my opinions in my head, and it ended up me spiraling out of control and just recapping entire arcs. So I'm not gonna do that. Because if you're watching the stream, it's because you either don't care about spoilers, or you've already seen the show, so you know what these stories are like. But Sanji's backstory is... Like, everything that Usopp's backstory is perfected. It's so emotional, sets up so much. I mean, obviously, All Blue and his main dream and the way that relates to Zeph. The way that, like, his backstory starts off with him being grossed out by the other chefs on the sea, eating leftovers from their customers' plates. And they tell him that, like, food on the sea is a luxury. You don't know if or when you'll ever get to eat again, so you need to eat as much as you can while you can. And then obviously Sanji gets stranded out at sea with Zeph, and they almost starve to death, and it's grueling, and there's no, like, twist. There's no, like, One Piece doesn't do that annoying thing that most modern shows do that's, like, ironic, where you're, like, having an emotional moment, and then the characters just sort of, like, have to make a little joke just to lighten up the tension, and they, you know, Sanji is starving, and then his stomach growls, and then he looks at the camera and he winks and he shrugs like, well, that happened. Laugh track. Nothing like that in One Piece, and I appreciate that so much. Because it lets the moment sit, and it builds the emotion more and more and more, and you feel Sanji dying, starving, as a child. And then, like, it all builds up because he goes to find Zeph, and he's like, fuck that guy, he gave me the smaller bag of food, pulls out his knife, he's about to kill him, and that's when he finds that Zeph is already bleeding out because he cut off his own leg to eat it, because he was starving. And so Sanji cuts up the bigger bag, and it's full of treasure. It's, you know, the whole reason why someone would want to be a pirate, but ironically, all this treasure is useless to them because they're stranded on an island and all they want is food. And like, oh, dude. And then like Zeph tells Sanji that, like, 'cause the way he does things is so like, if you've ever had like, as a guy, male role models of like, you know, like your like masculine uncle, like Hank Schrader type family member where he's like makes offensive jokes and just kind of like is really butch and manly, and he doesn't give a shit about no one, and he like the way they show care for you. They don't like talking about their feelings or getting sappy or like dragging out conversations or anything. So when they look after you, it's just like you get just the action. Does that make sense? I don't know how to explain it, but that's like the whole vibe of the Baratie, and that's someone who has worked like with a kitchen, not in the kitchen, but I've worked with the kitchen. Men who work in the kitchen are like that. This is how these people are. This is like manliness. And Zeph, like, not just in the backstory, in all of Baratie, the way he and Sanji interact is so like that masculine kind of care of like not talking about your feelings and not getting sappy, but like looking after each other, and like the action speaks louder than the words, and it's just so good. And the way that Sanji leaves at the end of the arc, I mean, like, you got the fact that like Sanji feeds Gin. I forgot to talk about this, I can't believe it. When Luffy, you know, the arc is there's so much I want to talk about. The Baratie is a really cool setting. Like a ship that's on the water, like a ship that's on the water, like a ship restaurant that travels the seas feeding the hungry. Is such a cool idea, and then the more we go into the story, the more we see where that comes from Zeph and the backstory of like, he was starving out at sea, he wanted to start a restaurant so no one else would have to die that way, and go through that grueling death. And we can't really appreciate that until Sanji wants to feed Gin, who can't pay for his own food, or feed Don Krieg, who absolutely will turn on them the moment he's had food. And they know that, but they, you know, Sanji feeds them anyway. And the chefs are like yelling at him for wasting food. And Zeph defends Sanji. Zeph and Sanji are always at each other's throats. But when it comes to this kind of thing, Zeph backs Sanji up and he says, have any of you ever been so hungry that you felt like you were going to die? It's so powerful and it's so good. And like, there's so much here, and like the way Sanji leaves the island, obviously, or the island, the ship, of him like, you know, him like he wanted to stay on the ship to defend the Baratie, which was Zeph's treasure. There's this motif in East Blue of like, what is your treasure? Zoro's treasure is his promise to Kuina, which I haven't talked about, but I don't need to talk about that. That's like a nothing backstory. Usopp's treasure is the Mary that he gets from Kaya, you know? It's like the last living, she's alive, like the memoir that they have from Kaya, from his home village. You know, his whole motivation is to be a brave warrior of the sea, and he has to remember where he came from and the lies he used to tell to have a reference point for the kind of adventures he wants to have. He wants those lies to be true stories. And then you get like Sanji, he doesn't really have a treasure, he has a dream of finding the All Blue, but Zeph has a treasure, which is the Baratie, and Sanji feels that he owes his life to Zeph, so he's going to defend it, but Zeph thinks that he's wasting his life, and he's wasting that second chance by, like, defending an old man's dream when he should be going after the All Blue, the thing that he saved Sanji for, because they share a dream. It's so good, dude. And this is sort of the first time I sort of started to really like Luffy, because just like with Usopp, just like with Nami and with Zoro, Luffy takes an interest in Sanji because he's a good person, not just because, like, I'm looking for a cook. But he shows up and it's just, like, you get a lot of really fun moments of him fucking around, breaking dishes and stuff, and like, oh no, I think they eat there, but they don't have money to pay for themselves. So, as captain, Luffy has to take responsibility and work off his debt, but he's so bad at it, and he's, like, breaking all the dishes and stuff, and they're like, fuck you, like, forget it, serve the food. And Luffy goes to serve the food, and his crew are sat waiting for him to serve them, and they're, like, laughing at him on the job. If you've ever had your friends, like, find you when you're working on shift, that's exactly how that feels. It's so good. I'm getting messages from people. I can't message right now, I'm doing One Piece. And that's also good. That's, Luffy comes to find Sanji, and he wants him to be on the crew after he feeds Gin. But Sanji refuses, he has to defend the Baratie, but, you know, Zeph wants to talk to Luffy at the end of the arc, and he's like, you gotta take Sanji with you, he's wasting his life here. And Luffy actually says, no, I'm not gonna take him, he has to come and ask himself. Because he's not gonna take someone on an adventure against their will. And then, you know, that final ending moment of Sanji leaving the ship, and everyone's, like, telling him his cooking sucks, it's a lie, but they're trying to get him to want to leave, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna leave until you acknowledge my cooking. And then he has to leave because Luffy has a ridiculous dream just like his, so he feels he can pursue the All Blue on this ship. And as he's leaving, you know, Zeph calls out to him, he's like, don't catch a cold, and that's when he breaks down and he starts crying and saying, like, Zeph, I'll never forget the debt I owe to you, you shitty old man. And then Zeph is smiling, he's holding back tears. This is so, like, the emotion, like, if you had, like, male role models like this kind of, been in this kind of setting, oh, it hits so hard, dude. And that's not even all that's about Baratie, because you got, like, Mihawk shows up, the introduction of the Warlords, you get, like, Zoro versus Mihawk, which is great, and the whole thing of Zoro, like, scars on the back are the shame of a swordsman, and it's so good. There's the whole thing of, like, pointing his sword to the sky and telling Luffy that he'll never lose again until he's the greatest swordsman in the world. Is that okay with you, King of the Pirates? So good. And then obviously Nami, I want to keep talking about this. I did not think I would talk about Nami before Arlong Park this much, but it's necessary because there's so much setup in these early arcs. Like, obviously Nami steals the Mary, we know this. But, like, the fact that, like, she does it because she sees Arlong's wanted poster and she hears about, like... I don't remember if it was in Baratie, I think it was, when, you know, like, those two background goons, like those, you know, like the two dudes that Nami tricks to steal their ship, and then, you know, they try and mug Luffy and Zoro beats the shit out of them so that they row his boat for him and that kind of stuff. So they tell Nami about, like, the what is it? I think it's the Warlord system because of Jinbei, which is the first time we see, like, any mention of Jinbei. And Nami takes the Mary and she leaves. And then we get to Arlong Park. I don't know. I think, honestly, I am still putting this at the top of A tier. And I think people will probably get mad at me for that. They were like, oh, you should put it in S tier. It is very good. It is incredibly good. The stuff with, like, Usopp gets character development here because he wants to run away, especially, like, in the fight against Arlong's fishmen. The Fishman pirates. You get, like, Zoro. Well, Zoro doesn't get to do much. Sanji doesn't get to do much. Luffy, you know, he's really good here as a support character, which is what he's meant to be. He's basically like a static character who is there to support his crew and to help all these other characters have their arcs. And there's like emotional intelligence and all those things people like to say about Luffy. It's all there. This was when I really started to like Luffy. But like Nami steals the show. Her whole backstory that Nojiko tells them, like Luffy's like, I don't care what her backstory is, because I'll do whatever I want. I'm gonna go on a walk, and if Nami needs my help, I'm gonna be here for her. But until she tells me that, I'm just gonna let her do her thing. And then you get the backstory with Belmere, and you find out about the tangerines. So you know why she likes tangerines. You find out why she likes money. It's because money was the deciding factor for like her mother dying or not. Well, it's so like, I really want to like not talk too much about that because then I'm gonna get into whole story recap. So I'm not gonna do that. You know how the story goes. It's very emotional. Nezumi is a corrupt marine working with Arlong is very, very good. Like, set up. Like, Nezumi is a character I don't give a shit about, but obviously it's important to set this up because this leads to the Warlord system and why pirates get to run around and do whatever they want. You get, like, just Arlong as a character. Obviously, we find out in later arcs, Sabaody and Fishman Island, why he is the way he is, but even just in a vacuum, Arlong Park and like the Fishman Pirates are great. Hachi is really cool. You can tell he's not really into the fight, but he's doing it because he's following orders. And Zoro, even wounded, even outgunned, 3-6, he's like, I'm still gonna win because the weight of these swords are different. I fight because I want to protect my friends. You fight because you're told what to do. Usopp in his fight against that Kisser dude is really good. Where he like fakes his death, but then he gets like a crisis of conscience, and he's like, Nami threw her life away to defend my village from pirates. Her village is literally going through the exact same thing, and I'm running away. And then he like turns back around and he pulls out that big mallet and just, it's played for laughs, but it's really like graphic and horrible when you think about it. Like Usopp, what is it, like Tabasco Star? He like puts spicy shit in the other fishman's eyes, and then when he's incapacitated, he pulls out a hammer and starts beating the shit out of it. It's hilarious. But like, I think this is where we get into why Arlong Park is not an S tier. It's the pacing, and I could excuse it for Syrup Village, but like, Arlong Park feels worse because it ebbs and flows in terms of the peaks of the emotion. You get, like, the backstory stuff, and then you get a long drop-off. And then you get Luffy, help me, you know, like, the villagers want to fight Arlong, and Nami wants to stop them, but they say, like, you've been fighting for so long, we didn't want to tell you that we knew, so you could run away at any point if you change your mind, but, you know, we'd rather fight Arlong and die than keep living like this. And she starts stabbing her tattoo, and like, the Arlong tattoo, and Luffy shows up, and, you know, she tries to push him away like she's been doing, and he doesn't let her do that. He's still there for her, and she's like, Luffy, help me. And he's like, yeah, of course I will. Peak shit. And then you get to, like, the fight. And in the beginning, it's pretty cool. Like, the walk to Arlong Park. I think it's only in the Toei anime, but still so good. The walk to Arlong Park. 4 men are coming here. You know, we fought Arlong, but we got our asses beat. I'm not gonna lie, twin, but, you know, you guys have to wait here. There are 4 men who are coming, and we would stake our lives on them. If they can't beat Arlong, then no one can. The East Blue is done for, and then Arlong is laughing about how weak the crew is, about how weak Zoro, the pirate hunter's crew is, and then boom, Luffy punches down the wall. He's like, which one of you is Arlong? So cool. And then you get the fight, and Luffy, like, initially it's pretty cool. It's like, what's the difference between you and me? Our noses and our webbed fingers. And it's like, Luffy, it's not really banter because Luffy's not trying to make fun of him. That's just how he is. And, like, he has creative stuff, like he can pull his head out of the way when Arlong tries to hurt him because he's made of rubber. Or he can try and, like, use his hands, his fingers as nets by stretching them because he's made of rubber. And then he does that thing where he, like, digs his feet into the ground and winds up and then, like, throws Zoro away. And so he's stuck there. And then Arlong rips the piece of, like, cement that he's stuck in and throws him in the water. And for, like, 5 episodes, he's just drowning. Like, and the townspeople are stretching his head out of the water to try and keep him alive. And it's like, did we need to do this for 5 episodes? You could cut this entire sequence out of the show, and the story would not have changed and would have been better for it. And then Sanji's fight. I like Sanji, but this fight, like, again, it takes so long. It's him fighting a fishman underwater, and it's like, there is so long, like, there is a sequence that takes so long of Sanji trying to resurface because he's running out of air. And then, like, the fishman keeps him underwater, and this goes on for so long that you're like, Sanji should have drowned by now. But, obviously, we peak back up, obviously, at the very end, and this is probably why this is, like, would have been an S tier. Outside of the Nami backstory, which I cry all the time. But, you know, the actual fight itself, you know, Arlong, again, we get that thing that we got with Don Krieg and with Axe-Hand Morgan and stuff of, like, you can't use Nami effectively, she's a fantastic navigator, you're a nothing captain, you can't do anything for yourself, you admitted it, you can't fight with swords, you can't tell a lie, you can't cook, you can't read a map, you can't do shit, you could never use Nami as effectively as me. And Luffy's like, oh, I don't want to use her, she's my friend, she's my nakama. And then you get, like, the actual stuff, the fight of, like, Luffy throwing all of the stuff, like, the room that Nami was, like, kept hostage in, where she drew all those maps. He starts, like, throwing shit out of the windows, and everyone is watching and going, like, what the hell is happening? What's he doing? But Nami is the only one who knows what he's doing, because she recognizes the things falling out of the window. And she starts tearing up. She realizes what he's doing, and she starts crying. And then Luffy, you know, like, he kicks his foot up into the air, and he does, like, the battle axe, where he lets... What's it called? He lets Arlong bite into him to kick him down. The whole thing comes crashing down, and everyone's like, oh, who won? What happened? Is Arlong alive? And then Luffy busts out of the debris, and everyone starts cheering. And then he's like, Nami, you are my friend, you are my nakama. And she says, yeah. Oh, I can't do it justice, you have to watch it for yourself, but it's so good. Oh, man. Arlong Park, I've used to, like... I didn't know for a long time which one I liked more, but I think reflecting on it, I think Arlong Park speaks to me more, even though Baratie was, like, more memorable for me, because this is the first time I cried at this show, which means a lot to me, because I don't really cry at shows. That's the level of emotion of this series. And we end off on a good note, when Nami finally officially joins the crew, and... what's his name? The pinwheel guy. What's his name? Oh, Genzo. Oh, I am here. Welcome, the unenlightened masses. Genzo is so fun throughout the story because we know that he... You know his relation to Nami. He's basically like her grumpy grandpa, basically. But like this entire time he's had like a pinwheel on his hat, and we're like, what the fuck is that? And at the end we find out it's because when Nami was a baby, he would try and see Belle-Mère and the girls, and you know, be a nice little grandpa, and you know. But Nami would cry every time she'd see his face because he's a grumpy old man with a scary face. And Belle-Mère would be like, "No, I don't want you seeing Nami." He's like, "What? Why?" Because she cries when she sees your face. You're too scary. So he puts a pinwheel on his hat, and that makes her smile and laugh. And you know, that's so good. It's such good like character design feeding into the story. You get, like, her replacing the Arlong tattoo with Tangerine and a pinwheel. And she grows tangerines on the Mary, and it's, oh, dude, Arlong Park, A tier. Oh my god. I need a break, I need to get a sip of water. How are we doing? We're almost at the end of East Blue. So let's take a quick break, just take stock. How is everyone? How are we all feeling so far? And how are we feeling about my rankings so far? All of East Blue ranges from pretty okay to fantastic, really great. I probably should tell you, not a lot of people really go through this, because it's sort of intuitive how a tier list works, but people often are like C tier mid, or like, they don't really explain the way they're ranking things, so I want to make it clear. E tier is terrible and has no redeeming qualities, basically. D tier is it's bad and I would skip it, but it has some, like, things that are pretty good about it. C tier is, it's okay, it's pretty good. I wouldn't rewatch it unless I was going through the entire story. But it's okay. B tier is, it's good. There are, like, it's not, like, there are either issues with it, or there's just not enough there for me to really latch onto, but it's pretty good. A is, it's fantastic. There are, like, one or two things that are wrong with it, but if not for that, these would be, like, flawless. And then S tier are arcs that are either completely flawless, or they are, like, so good that I'm willing to overlook the bad parts. Or, like, the good far outweighs the bad. I'm good about it, haven't had breakfast yet, I'll be right back. Okay, see you soon. Let's press on. So, Loguetown. I have not really thought very much about this arc. This is fairly forgettable for me. I would... Is B tier too generous for Loguetown? I think it's... Loguetown is not really like an arc. You know? It's sort of like the prequel to the, like, new... Like, the crossing the Grand Line, or, like, entering the Grand Line sort of phase of the story. It's pretty good, it's enjoyable. I want to put it at the top of C tier, because I don't think it's deserving of a B tier. You get a lot of cool stuff. Oh, wait, hold on, sorry. Not a huge One Piece fan, but my husband watches, and you make similar points like him. Great so far. Okay, great, thank you. I think, as we go on, I might not be making similar points to a lot of people, because I have certain hot takes. But for the most part, I think my opinions are generally agreeable, and I have the chops to explain why I feel the way I feel and defend my points, but at least that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. And you definitely should watch One Piece, because this shit is peak, and like I'm always saying, and I will make a video about this, I've already got like a script for it. If you're a Sonic fan, you will love One Piece, and if you're a One Piece fan, you will love Sonic. There are a lot of, like, fundamental similarities with the way the setting is, the world is, the way the characters are written, and, like, the emotion of certain things, deeper themes. Lots of similarities here. But let's press on. So Loguetown, I think there's a lot of cool stuff about it. There's, like, the world-building aspect of... This is based on, like, Florence, right? The city of Florence. Because this is where the Pirate King died. This is where he was executed. And that's really cool. Obviously, you got a lot of, like... This is when we really start to hint that, like, Luffy is Roger's successor in more than just, like, following his dream. Like, there's something connecting them. Because background characters keep saying, like, oh, you remind me of him, or, like, you wear that straw hat like a great pirate or something, you know? You get Buggy. Buggy returns. Alvida returns. She ate the Ozempic fruit, so she looks different. I miss Chud taught her Alvida, but, you know. Buggy is great. There's that gag of, like, him and Luffy crossing each other, and Buggy is looking for Luffy, and Luffy's looking for the platform. And so they help each other find the thing they're looking for accidentally. That's really fun. You get a lot of just, like, small moments between different characters on the crew doing their own thing, going shopping, or, like, Zoro with the swords and the whole thing. He meets, well, not Kuina, Tashigi. And she's talking about, like, the swords, and Zoro does that thing where he, like, wants to buy a cursed sword, and the owner of the shop is like, I'm not selling you a cursed sword, and he, like, throws a sword in the air and is like, let's test my luck versus the curse. And the sword, like, curves around his arm so as not to slice it, and it crashes into the ground, and Zoro's like, I'll take it. He's an aura farmer, and that's usually okay. Especially not East Blue, like pre-time skip, I find it okay, it's just post-time skip. I have an issue with Zoro, but we'll get into that next stream, when we cross the time skip. There's the whole thing of setting up Smoker. Obviously, Tashigi's in this arc, and, you know, the Marines. We get finally, like, good Marines who are just kind of, like, flawed and have flawed worldviews of, like... Because Smoker is like, all pirates are bad and all Marines are good. And that will obviously get tested throughout the story, but this arc is just to introduce them and to, like, set up why they feel the way they feel. And that's fantastic. I'm into that. Dragon shows up and he sort of stops Smoker from taking Luffy, and there's, like, a lot in this arc that feels like an ass pull, or, like, overly convenient that isn't. It does get explained later, but they probably could have done a better job of making it feel justified early on. Like, Luffy about to get executed by Buggy. Cool moment, obviously, he smiles at his death, and he's like, sorry guys, I guess I'm dead. Those are his actual words. And he, like, just the fact that, like, he's satisfied with the adventure he's had so far, and that, like, he's willing to die for his dream at any point, like he said before, and he won't regret it, that's great. Buggy's about to chop him down, and obviously a bolt of lightning comes from the sky, because, like, it's storming, and obviously when you hold out a metal object in a thunderstorm, don't try it, you know, but you can probably assume what happens when you do that. And obviously Buggy gets knocked off, but Luffy is fine, because he's made of rubber, and this is again set up and foreshadow for something that we'll see later on in Skypiea. And that's really good. Good stuff. I like that. But it's just kind of a little bit too convenient, and then Dragon shows up to stop Smoker from taking on Luffy. That's another thing. First Logia, Devil Fruit. I have arrived. Welcome, Narwhal. First ever Logia type, Devil Fruit. He's made of smoke, so Luffy can't touch him. And for all the pre-time skip, Logia Devil Fruits are really cool. And post-time skips where I have a bit of an issue with that. We'll get into all of that, but, you know. I think Loguetown deserves the C tier. It's good, it's just there's not that much to it, and it's just kind of resetting things, and it's good. I don't want another, like, really emotional arc after all of these arcs, and especially Arlong Park and Baratie back to back. It's okay to, like, wind down. It's not okay, it's what you should do with a story like this. And yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a setup arc to lead into Reverse Mountain. How do we feel about Reverse Mountain? Because this arc is super short, and there are things about it that I think are okay, but things about it that I think are kind of dumb. How do we feel about Reverse Mountain? I want to hear your guys' thoughts. Let me move some of this stuff up. Do this. Oh, I can't wait to get to Water 7 Ennie's lobby. Like, how many of you actually have seen Reverse Mountain? I've gotten to that point. Because I know some of you are watching the show. And I know that some of you have caught up. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm grouping these post time skip ones too soon together. There we go. No one's saying anything, I'll just move on. Reverse Mountain. We get some cool stuff. So obviously the barrel scene of the Straw Hats with their foot around the barrel, and they're like telling, like they're declaring their dreams. And it's a really cool thing, because the way Eastern stories, me boss music, real. The way this works, so Eastern stories are different from Western stories in the way they do main character groups. Like with Western stories is, we're friends, you know? We met at school or, you know, whatever, we're friends, and so we're always going to have each other's backs. And they sort of, a lot of stories start off with these groups knowing each other already. Eastern stories don't quite do that. A lot of times so it's not inherently that they introduce groups of characters by having them get to know each other first. But the reason why they do that is because they believe less in friendship and more in nakama, which is a very common word in One Piece. And people, like, seem to misattribute it to, from my understanding, I don't speak Japanese, but my understanding is people say that it means friendship, or it means a very close friend. Even, like, the Netflix One Piece, they say it like that, and Iñaki, in an interview, he says what that means, and he gets it a little bit wrong, I think, because a nakama isn't just a friend, it is an ally. It's somewhere between, like, an ally and a friend and, like, a sworn brother kind of thing, you know? How do I put this? They have either a common goal, or their goals align, so they work together, and then in spending time together, they form, like, a closeness, a bond, that is driven by purpose more than... there is emotion there, they are, like, friends, but, like, there is purpose there as well, you know? And they're, like, even in One Piece especially, that's treated like the strongest bond you could possibly have with anyone. Even though, like, a lot of other characters, like, other factions, they use the word Nakama to be your ally. But within One Piece, that's the intention of that word, right? And so with Reverse Mountain, the barrel scene is very much like that. They all have their own dreams, chart a map of the world, become a great warrior of the sea, find the Old Blue, greatest swordsman in the world, I want to be king of the pirates. They all have their own dreams, but because, one, they are all such impossible dreams to achieve, neither of them will judge each other for chasing an impossible dream, and they will help each other get there. And we see, even in, like, later on in Thriller Bark, they are willing to sacrifice their own lives and their own dreams for their crewmates' dreams. Because One Piece, obviously, one of the biggest motifs in this story is dreams, and, like, your goals, your dreams, your aspirations and stuff. What you want to become. That's really cool, but Reverse Mountain is so small as an arc, and it's just world building and crossing the... So if you don't know, they go up a mountain, there's like a stream flowing through a mountain, and the only way to enter the Grand Line, which is where the One Piece is hidden, they need to scale the mountain on the ship, and it's very dangerous, but obviously they manage to land. And upon arriving, they meet Laboon and Crocus. Crocus is this old man who guards the lighthouse, and he's very goofy and wacky, and he's very funny. And Laboon, which is this whale, and initially, right now, we'll get to them when we get to them, but for this arc, they seem like they're just one-off small characters that you don't really think about very much. Mostly, like, I want to focus on Laboon. A crew left him behind. Basically, he made friends. It's just a normal whale. It doesn't, like, speak or anything. It's like a pet. And it made friends with this ship of pirates who are really nice, good pirates, the nice pirates, called the Rumbar Pirates. And they go around playing music for people. And when they met Laboon, he was just a pod. He was just a baby. And so they left him behind and said that, we'll come and find you again. We want to cross the world first. We want to cross the Grand Line, and it's too dangerous to take you with us. So we'll cross the world, and then we'll come back and find you. And they never came back. And obviously Laboon doesn't know why, because he's a normal-ass whale. He can't understand. And Crocus, he pretty much assumes that they've died out at sea. Which is, sad. And Laboon, to deal with that loss, keeps body-tackling the mountain to try and break it so that he can tear down the thing that divides him and his friends so he can go and find them, not understanding the tragedy of what happened. And that's really good. That's good stuff. And obviously, Luffy paints the Straw Hat flag on his forehead to get him to stop crashing into the wall, saying that, like, we'll fight again, you and me, we're rivals. It's good stuff. It's just not, like, particularly amazing on its own. It'll take a long time to really get... For this to pay off. Laboon. Oh, I don't think you've gotten to... Yeah, so... Narwhal, the way you feel about Laboon, hold on to that. That's all I'm gonna say. Laboon... Don't forget about Laboon as you go through this story. That's all I'm gonna say. Reverse Mountain is good. It's just sort of not, like, great. It's super short. Not much happens in it. The only thing is that we get introduced to Miss Wednesday? Is that her name? Vivi. We get introduced to Vivi and, like, the goon that she's with. Like, the fucking Team Rocket duo. But that's not, like, particularly relevant to Reverse Mountain. That's only in Whiskey Peak, which is next. Let me very quickly... I gotta refill my water because my throat is getting dry. So I'll be back in a second. Okay, sorry about that, I'm back. Let me put this on again. I've already reached Alabaster. I'm interested in hearing what you think, but we'll get into like a proper conversation about Alabaster when I reach there, because we still have a little bit to go. Whiskey Peak. I really like Whiskey Peak, but I don't know if I like it more than some of this stuff. I think Whiskey Peak might go here. I don't know. Maybe a low B tier? I'll see how I feel about it as we go. Whiskey Peak is really cool. It's a really cool setting. It's like this massive town, like on a cactus graveyard kind of thing. Super cool, and it's like they wait for pirates to arrive to feed them and to get them really drunk so they can steal from them, which is really cool. Obviously Zoro doesn't fall for it, and he can handle his alcohol. So when they try and like jump them, he takes on an entire town all by himself of Baroque Works agents. That's right, we finally begin the Baroque Works like saga. And it's pretty good. It's just kind of, again, ore farming. For Whiskey Peak, it's pretty cool. Hey, Twinkle Park. Yeah, I have like a playlist of particular Sonic songs I've got playing. Not just Sonic, I've got other things too. So, I think the main thing I gotta go though, hopefully I'll see you later. Okay, see you later. Have a good day, Snow Jelly Inkling. So, where was I? Whiskey Peak. So the main thing that you gotta focus, or the story focuses on here, is Vivi. I like Vivi. It takes a while until she's like a good character. But here, like, a lot of people say this, and I agree. The story takes a lot of gymnastics to like retcon Miss Wednesday into fitting the idea of Vivi. And like Oda himself has said that like Miss Wednesday was not originally going to be Vivi, which is why her dad looks like, you know, a king of a desert, but Vivi is like pale and has blue hair and looks nothing like her father. That's why. Whiskey Peak is cool. It like begins the Baroque Works saga, and it's quite cool because it feels like it's an isolated adventure, right? We enter the Grand Line, we're about to do whatever, we're going wherever we want. The world is our oyster, and then the first place we stumble across has its own crisis and its own things going on that we get swept up in, we get involved, not because like, we're gonna help you, Vivi, because we're your friends, because they don't know her. It's just that like, they get, what is it? They get like, she basically says like, oh, I can't tell you who the boss of Baroque Works is, Sir Crocodile, Warlord of the Sea. I can't tell you that it's him, or you'll be in danger because he'll come after you. And it's like, oh, you told us. Haha, very funny. And then now obviously they're stuck doing this. They're on this side mission now because they found out Crocodile's identity. And obviously Crocodile is doing some shit in Alabasta, so they gotta take him out. So Whiskey Peak itself is like a B tier. I was a bit shocked to see one of the cactus spikes being tombstones. Yeah, that's a really cool, like, world-building detail. That's something I do like a lot about Whiskey Peak, and a lot of One Piece locations in general, is that they are, like, they're just cool locations. They're really cool ideas for locations and for settings, and they feel, like, just realistic enough to feel like a believable world that people live in, but also really, like, abstract and interesting. It's like a dream. It's really cool. Little Garden. How do we feel about Little Garden? Let me actually change the song to fit Little Garden, because I have a song that I want to play for it. Here we go. Little Garden. I think Little Garden is top of B tier. It's, first off, the setting is super cool. It's a dinosaur jungle. The Wicked Wilds. So cool. And it's like the grounds for these two giant Viking dudes fighting each other at the, you know, eruption of every volcano. And you can tell that, like, these giants are from somewhere else. They don't belong on Little Garden because there aren't any more of them here. It's a small island. And we find out through them that they came to this island like 100 years ago, because Vikings live a long time. They came to this island because they had like a contest that they were arguing about of who caught the bigger fish. And they decided to settle their differences as men, you know? fighting on this island, and Vivi is like, I can't believe you two hate each other enough to fight non-stop for 100 years, and Usopp and Luffy find this to be really cool because it's not about hatred, it's about pride and honor. And this is where Usopp's dream of becoming a great warrior of the sea, this is where it begins. Well, it began before, but like, this is where it gets real matter and real, like, it feels more concrete as an idea. Because he wants to go to Elbaf, where the giants are from, and he wants to see what they're like and like understand this culture, and it's so cool. The stuff with Baroque works. Mr. 3 gets introduced. I think Mr. 3 is hilarious. I think he's fantastic. And we see more of him later on. But even within this arc, Mr. 3 is just funny. We also get Zoro and Sanji. This is where their eternal pissing contest begins. And that's fun. I think Zoro and Sanji have one of the most iconic dynamics in this story. And then, obviously, like, Sanji himself, throughout, like, all of this saga, Sanji is, like, on fire. He is fantastic. Little Garden, he's, like, Sanji does a lot of, like, MVP, behind-the-scenes kind of stuff. Like, he doesn't join Zoro and Vivi and Luffy and Nami in fighting everyone. He hangs out behind at, like, what is it, like that igloo, you know, like that wax igloo, to infiltrate the Baroque Works network and to tell Crocodile this is the shitty restaurant, Mr. Prince. So cool, Mr. Prince stuff, so cool. Little Garden belongs in the B tier, in my humble opinion. Drum Island. Now, I don't know how you guys feel about Drum Island. To me, this is the first S tier arc. And I'm very excited to tell you why. I love Drum Island. Oh my god, so the setting, already really good. Snow Island. So, okay, hold on. So, Little Garden, Nami is, like, shirtless because of course she is. This is, like, an Oda story. And she gets bit by, a mosquito and gets, like, a delirious fever. And so they have this ultimatum. Vivi has to decide, do we press on without our navigator to try and stop the war in Alabasta? Because we're running out of time. Or do we take a detour and find a doctor to help our navigator heal? And she's like, we can't navigate the sea without our navigator, so we need to help her out. And they go to Drum Island. So much good stuff happens here. Immediately off the bat. Like, great premise. Like, it's a snow island with, like, a deeper political theme about the privatization of healthcare. Everyone has talked about this. You don't need me to go into detail. This is just good stuff. But also, like, from a character-centric perspective, Luffy and Vivi are really interesting together because they are two leaders. Like, Vivi is a princess of her country and Luffy is a pirate captain. But they are both treated like good people. But they have differences in philosophy. Luffy is, like, gung-ho, I need to solve these issues. Like, if something comes up, I need to do something about it. And usually that's, like, tackling the problem head-on, fighting whoever pisses me off. And Vivi, obviously they arrive at Drum Island, the people are afraid of pirates, and they're about to shoot them. And Luffy's about to defend themselves, but Vivi tells him, she bows, she's bleeding, she got hurt, and Luffy wants to protect her and fight for her. But she tells Luffy that you're failing as a captain. She tells him something hard to hear, which is good stuff. She tells him you're failing as a captain, and she, like, bows down to them and says that they are afraid of us. And if we fight, then Nami's just going to get more ill, and we won't have anyone to help. We need to ask them for help, and Luffy learns his lesson. He bows down next to her and tells them, I'm sorry, please help our navigator. Which is then when we find out that every doctor in the country has been taken away because the Wapol, the guy who... He shows up early and eats their ship. I'll get into Wapol because people feel differently about Wapol to me. We find out that Wapol took everyone away, all of the doctors, so that anyone who wants healthcare will need to beg him, basically. So the only choice they have, there is an old lady, Dr. Kureha, who, with her reindeer, this is obviously, like, based on Santa Claus, because this is, like, a snow island type thing, she has to come down whenever she feels like it to heal people, because she's a good doctor. But she's also, like, they say she's like a witch or she's scary because, like, she shows up, heals people, and then takes whatever she wants from their houses and says that, like, your health and your life is worth more than whatever I want to take from your homes. So she's selfish, which is interesting. It's a good character trait. It's cool stuff. And she has a certain reindeer with her, a little blue-nosed reindeer who ate the human fruit, which is the first time. This is expanding on that world building and that power system. Devil fruits are not just things that humans can eat, animals can eat them, inanimate objects can be fed devil fruits, and Chopper was one of them, and we get Chopper's backstory when, you know, we'll get to that in a minute. So, the only way to get to Kureha, because they can't really wait for her to maybe come down, they have to go and find her. So Luffy grabs Nami and ties her to his back and scales the giant mountain to try and get her to the top. And Sanji goes with him to fight off those big rabbit things. I don't know what they're called, but they're cool. They're cool, like, character stuff. And Luffy, his, like, dynamic with the rabbits is so small and such, like, a passing thing, but it's just a cool character moment for Luffy to, like, help the little baby rabbit, even though they were fighting him. I love Luffy, such a good character. And he's, like, climbing, scaling the wall, and then Sanji, like, he gets knocked off or something, and Luffy has to basically carry both of them, and his hands are bleeding, and, like, it's one of those things that, like, shonen protagonists will do anything for their friends, but that's usually, like, in a fight, I will throw my life away for my friends, but, like, Luffy's not just willing to die for his friends, he's willing to suffer for them and to put himself through hell just to, like, get them to the top. And when he does, he's, like, dying of frostbite, he's bleeding out, and Kureha says, like, you're fucked, dude, let me help you. And he you know, grabs her and tells her, because he's, like, shivering, he's like, no, help them first, they need it more than me. So cool, so good. It leaves an impression on Chopper. I'm not supposed to be doing... I'm not supposed to be doing, like, story recaps. It's just difficult not to do this with One Piece. It's so good. Chopper, as a character, really, really good in Drum Island. He falls off immensely. Like, Sabaody was, like, the last time he got to do anything cool. But Drum Island was, like, Chopper's best arc, and it made me cry so much. The stuff of, like, Chopper being expelled from the reindeer little group because he's a, sorry, let me switch songs again. Because I played my little dinosaur song. Here we go. White Acropolis, this is a good one. So, Chopper is expelled from the reindeers, from the little reindeer groups, because he's too human-like. So he tries to go into the villages where the humans live, and they think he's a yeti, they think he's a boogeyman, like a monster, and they expel him, so he's all on his own. And that's when he meets Dr. Hiruluk. And Dr. Hiruluk is peak. He is so good. So many fantastic moments. He teaches Chopper medicine, and, you know, the whole thing of, like, the pirate flag is a symbol for hope. And then, you know, obviously he gets sick. A terminal illness that he cannot fix. And he doesn't want to be around Chopper when he dies, so that Chopper won't feel like he's on his own. So he kicks him out early. He tells Chopper to fuck off. I don't love you anymore. Just try and get him to leave. But Chopper knows that he's sick. And he read in a book that there is a certain mushroom that can cure this. And he goes out to find that mushroom. And he brings it back. And Hiruluk is, like, coughing up. And he's like, why did you come back? I thought I sent you away. And Chopper is, like, bleeding because he had to fight for the mushroom. And he's like, mushroom, the little mushroom moment. Oh my god, mushroom moment is peak. It made me cry so much when I got to that, the mushroom thing. And Hiruluk is, like, hugging Chopper and crying and saying, you have such a good heart. I'm so sorry for kicking you out. You have such a good heart. Of course I'll teach you to be a doctor. Of course you're my son. Oh, it's so good, dude. Like, another interesting thing, so I'll get into, obviously, why the mushroom thing is good, but, like, an interesting thing I found out, there's this really good video, it's like 6 hours long, it's called One Piece is a Modern Odyssey. You should check it out. It's on YouTube. And I found out from this video that red mushroom, that red and white mushroom, Oda, that's not a random mushroom that Oda threw in there, that's a very specific mushroom. Red and white is Santa's color scheme, and the reason, like, the inspiration for Santa was that people would, like, obviously in these, like, colder environments, they would eat this mushroom for sustenance, not knowing what it did, and it would get them so high that, you know, they'd be lying on the ground, and the reindeer walking around them, they were so high that the reindeer would look like they're flying through the sky, which is the idea for Santa Claus. And obviously Chopper and Kureha, within the story of One Piece, are symbolic of Santa Claus, and this is just good stuff. This is just good stuff, and finally, like, Oda taking little tidbits from our real world and turning them into One Piece-y story stuff. This is great. I love this stuff. And then obviously, you know, like, turns out the mushroom is poisonous and Chopper didn't know, and Hiruluk eats the mushroom anyway because he's gonna die anyway, so he wants Chopper to think that he at least helped. And then, you know, obviously Chopper, Hiruluk gets called to Apple's castle, where they say that, like, oh, someone's in danger, someone's very, very sick, we need you to come and help us. All of the doctors are ill. And he goes up, and turns out it was just a prank, bro. Wapple just wanted to be a dick. And instead of being angry... Sorry, this is a song that plays when I go peeing, but I'm not peeing right now. Hiruluk is, instead of being angry that he just got pranked, bro, he starts laughing and cheering and saying that, like, I'm so glad, I was worried that the country was in crisis. And obviously they're, like, what's his name? I forget, like, the square-headed guy, the soldier dude. He, like, this hits him in the feels, you know, because he knows Wapple is a horrible person, he doesn't like serving him, and he sees that, Hiruluk is a good person. And Hiruluk, he pours out some sake, and he raises a glass to the sky, and says, I've had a wonderful life, before getting shot with a cannon. And it's so good. And obviously, like, these are the scars in Chopper's heart, that he's been told he's a blue-nosed reindeer, you're worthless, you're like a monster. And he has accepted that, and he lives with Dr. Kuriha to teach him medicine. And oh my god, it's so good. And you get, like, that scene when Wapple is attacking the castle and the flag, and Chopper wants to fight, and he's struggling, and Luffy protects the flag, because, like, you know, the pirate code, the honor, you don't go after another pirate's flag unless you're trying to burn down their ship or something, you know? So good. And then, obviously, the scene where, like, Luffy, like, they're waiting outside the castle for Chopper, because they want him to come with them. Luffy doesn't know he's a fighter, Luffy doesn't know he's a doctor, he just likes Chopper, he thinks he's a cool little guy. And he wants him to join, and Chopper's like, I can't join you, I'm just a disgusting monster, I'm a blue-nosed reindeer, I can't be a pirate, I can't even be a doctor, I have hooves, I don't have hands. But, you know, and then he starts, like, getting a little bit emotional, he's like, it made me really happy that you guys wanted me to come with you, so I want to see you again, if you ever back in the area, you know, come and visit me. And Luffy's like, shut up, come with us, let's go! And Chopper starts crying, and and then it swells up to, like, the single moment in One Piece where I probably cried the hardest, which is Chopper leaving. And they're on their ship, and Dr. Kuriha, as a final farewell to Chopper, she takes the, like, pink powder that Hiruluk had made, and he was like, this will cure the country. This will cure the country's soul more than their physical illnesses. The cynicism of, like, privatization of healthcare, all of that stuff. And they, like, you know, she points the cannon into the sky above the mountain, and the pink powder dyes the snow pink, and the mountain looks like the trunk of a tree, so it looks like a giant sakura tree, and it turns the whole sky pink, which is the color of the flag of Hiruluk with the sakura blossoms, and Chopper's, like, crying, and you get the music swelling. Oh, dude, it's such a good scene. Christ, this show is so good. Drum Island, in my opinion, doesn't have any flaws. A lot of people don't like Wapple because he's a very simple villain, but, like, aren't a lot of One Piece villains simple? I'm okay with that. This is just good stuff, man. This is just good stuff, and I didn't think that the pacing was terrible. I watched the anime. If I read the manga, it'll probably be better there, but this is just such good stuff. Drum Island is so good. So, so good. Oh, dry throat. Hold on, give me a second. Okay, how are we feeling? We have 3 concurrent viewers. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I can add emotes into my own chat. That's quite cool. And spam emotes. Such good stuff. Alabasta. So, Narwhal, you have said you're at Alabasta, or you finished Alabasta. I'm interested in hearing what you think. What are your thoughts on Alabasta? Could group these together a little bit. That's actually pretty simple with that. Just started. Okay. Well, unfortunately from here, I'm probably going to be spoiling some stuff. So if you don't want to hear spoilers, you might want to hop off. I'm happy for you to stay. Obviously, I'd like as a streamer to hear, to have people around. But I also don't want to spoil the story for you. So if you don't want to hear stuff about Alabaster and beyond, it's looking good so far. It's very good. I like this arc a lot. It's one of the fan favorites. But I'm going to sort of wait to see what you say as to whether or not to talk about Alabaster. Throat is so dry. It's alright, I don't want to get spoiled. Well then, thank you very much for joining us. Have a good day. And, when you do catch up, feel free to come back and watch the VOD. And, see where your opinions measure up with mine. But as for everybody else, we're still going to continue. Let's see. See ya. Take care. Alabaster for me. I'm not sure where people usually put Alabaster. I think it's usually, on these two tiers. For me, Alabaster is a very One Piece arc, because it has a lot of highs and a lot of lows. I think Alabaster will probably go here for me. I'm not sure. Maybe here for now, and I'll see how I feel. Alabaster is great for so many reasons. Obviously, people love the Alabaster Saga. A lot of people love the Alabaster Saga, but a lot of people love... they don't feel super strong about Alabaster itself, because it's a very long arc. Probably the longest we've had so far. And I get it, but I think this is where the pacing for One Piece finally clicked with me, because the world building is so immaculate, and we get so much time traveling the desert, meeting all these people in these different towns, and, existing in this country, understanding the different perspectives of this civil war, that I think is pretty fantastic. And I remember that scene where they're in the desert at night, and they're, fucking around with a scorpion, and they've got, a fire around them. That's when it clicked for me. That's when I was like, I'm really just having fun being on this adventure, being on this journey. I was so happy and so content with that. The emotion and, the deeper themes and the character work, so good, and that's what I come to One Piece for. But Alabaster was, like a capital A adventure kind of story, and I really liked that. The characters, I haven't really been talking about character designs, and I think I might do that at some point. I think that they are super good, especially in Alabaster. The Luffy drip, super cool. I like the robe he has, and that he puts the hood over his hat. So cool. We meet Ace here, Smoker and Tashigi. Mr. Prince, we get stuff with him. You get that sequence where they are at rain dinners, and Luffy's doing impressions in the prison, and they're trying to figure out how they're going to break out, how they're going to run away from drowning. And Mr. Prince shows up with Chopper, and they work together, and it's so good. Ace, obviously, is in this arc. One of the coolest things is that, you get immediately a sense of how big this world is, because Ace is Luffy's brother, and we get, the characters reacting Luffy has a brother? ? We see that, we get a sense that there's more to it than just that. The Ace... he didn't just show up for no reason and he disappears for no reason. This is something I want a lot of people, in my friend group and in my audience to understand, is that, in stories, shit doesn't just happen for no reason. The writers don't just shove things in here for no reason. This all means something, and the fact that Ace shows up in a story that he doesn't have anything to do with it, and he's clearly busy doing something else, and we got hinted that like at the end of Drum Island that he would be here. And he's only around for a little bit, and then he leaves because he's got to go find Blackbeard. So good, dude. And we find out that, like, that's a whole other subplot. That's his own story that's going on in the background. It's just so good because it makes the world feel alive. Like, all these different places, we see this with the cover stories as well. All these other characters are living their lives, and the world keeps turning. These places continue to grow and to change when the camera isn't focused on them, and that's great. But that's, you know, like, I like Ace for that reason. I'm not like a super big Ace guy, to be honest. But for that, I really appreciate Ace, and I'm happy that he's in this arc as briefly as he is. So I keep getting spammed with messages. Who is messaging me? It's Narwhal and the other people. Hold on, let me mute just for 15 minutes while they say whatever they want to say. So, where was I? Alabaster. The stuff with the old man digging up the drinking water, and like, just the premise of like, it's a desert country going through a drought, and they have this magical dance powder, rain powder, that like summons the rain. So that could end the drought, but that rain doesn't come from from nowhere. They borrow rain from other countries, which means that other countries would face a drought, and King Cobra doesn't want to do that. And obviously the warlord Crocodile, the hero of Alabaster, who's been stepping in and helping people against crimes that he's had his own Baroque Works agents commit. So good, and he's manipulating them to like cause a revolt, cause a revolution, that they're angry at the king for making them go through this drought. But obviously we know from Vivi that this is all bullshit, that Crocodile is instigating these crimes, and he's trying to get the people riled up to, you know, take over Alabaster as its new king. Why does he want to be king? We'll find out. But for now, that's all we know. And that's enough for them all to, like, hate Crocodile. We get, like, a lot of good moments between Luffy and Vivi, where the way that she taught him not to jump the gun in Drum Island and to, you know, be a good leader in that way, it gets reversed here. Luffy also teaches Vivi that, like, she doesn't want people to die, and she's too, like, idealistic. And Luffy punches her down, like, knocks her square in the jaw, which is crazy. And he tells her that, like, it's a war, people are gonna die. People die even when things are perfect and things are going good. Death is a normal part of life, and you can't, like, stop a war and a revolution without people dying. Let us die for you, we're your friends. Let us help your country. And that's just so good. You get Luffy, all of his fights against Crocodile. Although this is too emotional for this point in the story. That's also... Let me put on, like, a fighting song. Do I have a battle music? Oh no, here we go. Alabaster music. So... Actually, let me put Poison Spear. Luffy fights Crocodile in the desert. For the first time, they face off against each other. I mean, they've met before already at Rain Dinners, but they fight for the first time here. And Crocodile gives him 2 minutes before he fucks off. Luffy sends all of his friends away on that big crab, which, by the way, the camel, like the pervert camel, the crab, the scorpions, there's so many cool, like, critters on Alabaster, and it helps the world building quite a lot. But Luffy versus Crocodile, we finally get a sense, because Luffy and Smoker, they've developed kind of a respect for each other, so because Smoker's having his worldview changed, because he's seeing that Luffy's a good pirate who's fighting for this country, as opposed to Crocodile, who is a bad pirate who is pulling the wool over everyone's eyes to take over this country, and he's having to tell his higher-ups, I have to stay on Alabaster, send reinforcements, we need to stop Crocodile the Warlord. And it's just so good. But like, Luffy can't fight Smoker, but they don't have to fight anymore. They're all generally on the same side, at least for now. But Crocodile is another Logia type, which means that his body is made of his power, his substance. His body is made of sand. Anytime Luffy wants to punch Crocodile, he'll go through him. You know, like Sandman in Spider-Man. Like, I've watched the Spider-Man movies and some cartoons. I know how Luffy... I knew how Luffy would beat Crocodile, but it was still cool to see. him not win. He dies, almost, in fighting Crocodile. We get a full sense that, like, Crocodile isn't all talk. He knows exactly what he's doing, and Luffy cannot touch him. For the first time, this, like, monster of a human, Luffy, who's been tearing shit apart in the East Blue, we find out that the world is much bigger than the East Blue, and there are much stronger people out there, like Crocodile. And it's just so good. Luffy gets murked. Robin, Miss All Sunday, we've seen bits and pieces of her here and there, so we kind of know that she is in Baroque Works and she's on the enemy faction, but she's not really fighting us, and she doesn't seem to want to fight us. She shows up and saves Luffy, and then we get a little bit of a thing with her. Your name is Monkey D. Luffy. What is the D initial? Which is, I neglected to mention, but these are one of the mysteries that have been set up throughout this story. The D initial, Gold D. Roger, Portuguese D. Ace. We've had, like, a lot of mention about this D initial and about, like, Inherited Will and King of the Pirates stuff with Luffy. This is the first time someone directly addresses it instead of being, like, talking solemnly to themselves, like, this is the man we've been waiting for, Roger. Robin addresses this directly. She saves Luffy, and Luffy, wounded, he goes back and I think he gets a ride on Pell or something, I don't remember, but he goes to save Vivi from getting murked by Crocodile, and that leads into the second fight, where Luffy fights Crocodile as Water Luffy, the coolest power-up, obviously. And he loses again, but it feels like we're moving forward. We know how we're going to beat Crocodile, it's just that we need to kind of figure things out a little bit. Luffy has figured out that to fight Crocodile, you need to compact the sand with water, which is awesome. Like, coming up with a creative way to fight an impossible opponent, we have to come up with these, like, strategies, these, like, ways to win. It's not like, my power is stronger than yours, so I win, That's just cool stuff. I like that a lot. But he loses. Obviously, he loses. And it leads into, obviously, the bomb going off in the clock tower. And all of the Straw Hats scrambling to find where the bomb is so they can, like, disable it. And Usopp... I forgot to talk about this, because Usopp is, like, all bandaged up. Like, his fight against Miss Merry Christmas, I actually really liked it. Chopper doesn't get that much cool stuff to do, but, like, Usopp in that fight is quite cool. And the fact that he gets, like, his nose broken, his long-ass Pinocchio nose. But he's like, I'm terrified, but I'm gonna keep fighting. There comes a moment where you have to defend your captain's dreams. And he's like, don't make... because she's making fun of Luffy that he'll be king of the pirates? Impossible, he can't even be Crocodile. And Usopp's like, don't you make fun of my captain, he will be king of the pirates. It's so cool. Anyways, they're all looking for the bomb, and, Usopp does that, like, Crocodile impression. So fun. Such a fun story. And then Luffy goes underground to fight Crocodile, this time for the last time. He's ran out of water, because that was, like, their limited drinking water. Like, he wouldn't even drink it himself. He wouldn't let Usopp drink it. He pulled out the gum no way. It's so good. So good. Luffy, the way he fights Crocodile this time is he's bleeding, and with his blood he can compact the sand. So he just needs to keep bleeding to fight, which is insane. And Crocodile's like, you're getting in my way. I forgot to mention that Robin went with Crocodile. We find out what he's after. He finds the first poneglyph, which is an important thing in One Piece. They are these, like, big blocks of ancient text that, like, only a very small handful of people can read. And Robin is one of those people, which is why she's in Baroque Works, why Crocodile needs her. But she reads the poneglyph and she tells him a big fat whopper. She tells him that there ain't shit about the ancient weapon Poseidon here. So we find out that the reason why Crocodile wanted to be king is to get his hands on the poneglyph and get access to, like, the blueprints or something, like the ancient weapon Poseidon, which is an ancient weapon that he can use for, like, world domination or something. Which, world domination, sure, kind of a stupid motive. Well, not stupid, it's like a very overdone motive for a villain. But when the world is as big and as rich and as full as One Piece's world, I am fully okay with it. This is, like, much cooler. So obviously Robin, like, is, even if she's telling the truth, she's outlived her utility to Crocodile, so he tries to kill her. And she's like, she gets wounded, but Luffy shows up and he's like, fuck you, Crocodile, I'm gonna kick your ass this time. And they fight, and Crocodile's like, not bad, now I have to use my true power. And he, like, reveals his hook hand. It's like a poison hook. He can stab Luffy and poison him, but Luffy's not gonna let that happen. And he got, like, that big fight. He punches Crocodile through the roof, and That's when people find their hero, Crocodile, who's supposed to be saving us. You know, the revolution, the war has started, but Crocodile was nowhere to be seen. Now we find him passed out, face down on the floor in the streets. You know? They're like, what's going on? And that's the moment when Vivi needs to, like, I think it starts to rain. And everyone stops the war for very briefly just to appreciate the rain in the desert country. And that's the moment that Vivi needs to tell everybody that, like Crocodile the Warlord was not your hero. He was inciting a civil war to get you all to turn against everyone. And, you know, all of that stuff is really, really, really good. Pell, obviously, I forgot to talk about Pell. The whole thing with Pell is stupid. And Pell alone might be one of the reasons why Alabaster is... I'll put Alabaster above here, actually. I think Alabaster deserves to be above these ones. But it's... Pell, his whole thing is stupid, and it starts this stupid trend where Oda... Like, if you don't want to kill off your characters, I'm okay with that. You don't need to kill off characters, but then just don't give us constant fake-out deaths. Just don't make the characters seem like they're gonna die, right? That's stupid. The Pell obviously survives that stupid point-blank range bomb thing where he sacrifices himself to save the country. But obviously things are good, things are great. And we get into the ending of Alabaster, which is why the story's so peak. I keep going into story recaps, so whatever. If you're watching, it's because you're still interested. I'm going to keep talking about this show. So, they give Vivi an ultimatum. She wants to, like... She can't decide whether she wants to keep going on adventures with her friends, the Straw Hats, or if she wants to, you know, keep being a princess in her country. And they tell her that, like, we have to go, right? The Marines are coming to apprehend us. Obviously, our truce with Smoker is over. He's, you know, all of that stuff. We have to get going. So we'll give you an ultimatum. If by tomorrow you don't show up to the docks, to the coast, to the ship, then we're leaving without you. And we're leaving you in this country. And she takes a long time to decide. On their way out, obviously you get like stuff with Smoker and Tashigi, where like Tashigi is in tears because Smoker and Tashigi get falsely credited with the takedown of Crocodile, and Smoker and Tashigi are not happy about it, and they're very angrily telling Marines, you know exactly who did this. Because the Marines know that Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates are responsible for the downfall of Crocodile and saving Alabaster. But Tashigi and Smoker are being falsely credited with taking down Crocodile, which they did not manage to do themselves. And obviously this is like a thing, like Smoker's been tested throughout this arc, his worldview, that Marines are not interested in the truth or justice. They are interested in upholding the agenda, their self-image, and that's just good stuff. This is very good stuff. And it leads into this very emotional moment. Obviously, Vivi, like, they leave and they can't see Vivi on the coast until she finally shows up with Karoo. I can't believe I've forgotten to mention Karoo. Karoo is great. And Vivi calls out to them on loudspeaker, you know, so everyone in the country can hear. And she's like, I love you guys and I love going on adventures with you, but I love my country more. I can't leave this country behind. And she, like, apologizes that she can't go with them. And asks, like, she starts tearing up and says, please, I hope to see you guys again. If we do, will you ever call me your friend again, your nakama again? And Luffy wants to call out, of course you are, but obviously he gets held back by Nami and the rest of the crew, and they tell him that you can't do that. The Marines are right around the corner. Like, if they hear that Vivi, the princess, is affiliated with pirates, that's going to be horrible for her. They're going to do stuff. So we can't tell her. So you get the moment with the X's on their arms, where they hold up everyone, including Vivi, before they... I can't believe I forgot to mention this. Bon Clay. Bon Clay gets introduced in this arc, and he's fantastic. His fight with Sanji is fantastic. But his power is to, like, shapeshift and, like, copy the face of whoever he has, you know, touched with his left hand or whatever. And so the Straw Hats, in order to prepare for that, they drew X's on their forearms to be able to tell which one like, if a Straw Hat comes up to you, you ask them to show the mark on your arm. Because Bon Clay does not know about this. It's the only way to verify that they are who they really are, or who they say they are. And this happened, this isn't like a retroactive thing they come up with, I just forgot to mention it. They draw those X's on their arms on screen, And it's used because Bon Clay actually does try to trick them in the arc, and they use the X's on their marks. And Bon Clay's like, that was very clever of you, and he like reveals it's actually him. But obviously, like, they can't tell, at the end of the story, they can't tell Vivi that they'll still be friends with her. So, instead, they raise their arms, like, Vivi is crying because she can't get an answer from them, they're not replying, so she thinks that they won't be friends anymore because she left them behind. But then her expression changes and she smiles, and we cut to, like, the music swells up, and the Straw Hats raise their arms with the X's in the sky, all of them in a line, and Vivi is like happy and she raises her own arm, and it's just so good. It's like the best farewell scene in One Piece, the best like ending to any arc. And that is the Alabasta Saga. God, I talk a lot, don't I? I've been streaming for 2 hours. I don't know if I'll make it to the time skip. I might if I just go fast. I think the next 3 arcs I can talk about very quickly. Let's just quickly take roll call. Who is here? We got 2 concurrent viewers. Actually, this is a good time to change my music. This is good music? Good stream music? Is it what I want, though? I don't think so. What's a good song for Jaya? Maybe Seagate? Nah. I don't know. Hey, Malking, you still there? You still listening? I think this is a good track for Jaya. Let's continue on. So we begin a new saga, the Sky Island stuff. And this is a fairly divisive saga. A lot of people put Jaya really high up and then Skypiea low down. These two go together. They are one story arc. I don't want to hear it. These are the same story. Jaya is cool. It starts off slow, and I'm not like crazy about it because it's just kind of a small island and it's not a lot of world building, not a lot goes on here. Until we get to the bar scene, where we get introduced to Bellamy. And Bellamy is a cool rival for Luffy just because they are parallels to each other in the way that Luffy has big dreams and Bellamy is cynical. He does not believe in the Sky Islands, he does not believe in the One Piece. He is just a pirate right now, and he wants to get rich. And that's it, like most pirates. And so he and Luffy have like that scene in the bar where they fight, but Luffy doesn't fight, he just lets Bellamy beat him. Like the Shanks scene, like he gets his Shanks moment, where he just acknowledges that Bellamy is not worth his time, so he just lets Bellamy beat the shit out of him and Zoro. He gives Zoro the command not to fight back, and he obviously follows the order. And there's the whole thing with Blackbeard, his introduction, arguably one of the best, like, antagonist introductions in, like, a lot of anime. But then obviously Luffy and Co, they leave the bar, and Blackbeard is there. We don't know his name, we don't know he's the man that Ace was looking for. But, like, you know, he is an interesting parallel to Luffy in the way that they are similar, they aren't opposites. Blackbeard is drinking on the street, and people are laughing at him, calling him like an idiot, a drunkard, a loser. And he's laughing, he's letting them call them that. And he tells Luffy that it was smart of him not to fight back, because men like you and me, we have big dreams. We can't waste our time on the nobodies that want to just chase after riches. And then he, like, raises his bottle and says that the dreams of pirates will never die. And even though this is exactly what Luffy, like, thinks and agrees with, he doesn't, like, say anything. He's like, the look he has on his face, he stays there looking at, like, Blackbeard until Blackbeard is the first to turn around and leave. He looks like he doesn't trust him, and it's so interesting, it's so cool. But yeah, like, the entire thing of Jaya is focusing on getting to the Sky Islands. And Jaya itself is cool, it's a neat little arc. Let me keep it with Skypiea, because Skypiea, This is probably my most contentious take, and while also kind of, I don't know how people feel about this, but I want to get it out there. People either say Skypiea is amazing, don't skip, which you shouldn't. Don't skip any One Piece arc that's in the manga. If it's like anime filler, then it's fine. You can skip that. But like if it's in the manga, don't skip it. Skypiea, don't skip that. We get important stuff, like we get time with Robin, which is very important for specific reasons. We get a lot of foreshadowing for later stuff, especially in Wano, which is forever away. Yeah. I think Skypiea is fantastic in a lot of ways. I think obviously the world building is really cool. Sky Islands are cool. Like golden temples in jungles on the clouds and like a sea of clouds that people ride on because with like specific vehicles and stuff. And obviously people in the sky, they find things, mundane things like dirt and rubber bands to be valuable because it's very rare up there. And that's really cool world building. The Straw Hats, for a lot of the early parts of this story, they just sort of dick around and it's just so fun. Then you sort of get to the stuff in the middle, like when Cronus takes them to like the trials, for Enel's trials. I like Enel. I think the rest of his guys, this is where like the arc really starts to tank and it gets really slow and really boring. And I really struggle to keep up with this. Ever since like that fat dude, like the balloon guy, he sucks. Luffy getting trapped in this like giant serpent, he's out of the story. I understand why they want him to be out of the story for a while, and I agree with the idea of it. Like we want to give the other characters stuff to do, and we don't want Luffy to like immediately trivialize the issue by being made of rubber. And that's the thing they do, is that Luffy is Enel's natural counter. Enel is treated like a god because at any moment he could strike anybody down with lightning. But Luffy is immune because he's made of rubber. The lightning does not affect him. But we want to keep him out of the story for a while. And I get that, and I agree with it. It's just the way they do it and how long they do it for is a bit much. You get, like, Zoro fighting that big snake or whatever, or the dog, or I don't remember. Like the wolf, you know? It's just weird. It's just, I'm not super into it. Robin gets stuff with the poneglyphs, which is really cool. I mean, it's great that we see her continuing to do poneglyph stuff, but it's just that this early in the story, we don't really know, at least for me, I didn't know enough about the Void Century or anything like that for me to really care. It was only later that I started to really take an interest in it because we had more stuff to go off of. So, yeah, I don't know. The middle of the story is really weak, I think, and it drags on for too long. But then you get to to the climax of the story. Luffy versus Enel is really good because Luffy can't fight Enel because he's like, it's not that he's a Logia. He is a Logia, but Luffy being rubber, he can punch him. It's just that like he also has observation haki, which we don't know much about yet. They like on the Sky Islands they call it mantra, which is really cool because in Wano they also call their version of haki Ryuo or something. It's cool that like different countries have different forms of haki and different like things that they like, ways they talk about it, and then the names they call them. It's cool because it's like a show of different cultures. But obviously, observation haki, Luffy can't fight Enel, so he has to come up with the creative strategy of like turning around and punching the wall, and his arms will ricochet off, and Enel can't tell where his like he can't predict into the future and sense Luffy's malicious intent because Luffy, you know, he's not like attacking Enel. He has no idea where his arms are going to go. He's just flinging them around. And then Enel obviously like burns that big golden orb on Luffy's hand to try and... He tries to take off in that big ship, and Nami infiltrates, and then Mr. Prince or Sanji, you know, and Usopp, they go on. The whole thing with Sanji getting struck by lightning, and then like taking a puff of his cigarette and going, "Thanks, I was just about to ask for a light." That's cool. That's really cool. What else? I mean, the whole thing with the orb on Luffy's hand is cool because like he can... The whole thing that this has been building towards is that the people on Jaya that helped Luffy get to the Sky Islands, they didn't know if Noland the Liar, their ancestor, stories about the Sky Islands have never been confirmed because they came from Noland, which was someone who went to the Sky Islands. But he was branded a liar because he couldn't prove that he went when he tried to take the king with him to see the City of Gold. So his descendants obviously have to live with this title of being a liar, and they don't care about the title, but they are just, like, curious, and they want to know if Noland was truly a liar. And so Luffy, you know, he's fighting Enel, and he gets to, like, sling himself back up into the sky, and he punches through Enel with that big orb on his hand, and punches him straight through to the bell, the golden bell of the city, and that rings. And then the people in Jaya, they look up at the sky, they hear the bell, and they see Luffy's silhouette with the hat. And he's like, you know, old man, Diamond Head Man, the monkeys, the City of Gold is in the sky, it's been here the whole time. So good. And then the arc ends off. Sleepy T and another friend of mine, they always, when I talk about Skypiea, they always go into, like, the very end of that story. They have, like, this long flashback thing that, like, actually shows you Noland's adventure with, like, the Shandorians, the people who lived on the Sky Islands. And this is where the theme of, like, it's been a thing throughout the story, but this is where the theme of, like, the anti-colonialism theme of Skypiea as, like, a self-contained, isolated story. This is where that really shines, and it's just fantastic. I love the beginning of Skypiea, and I love the end of Skypiea. It's just the middle that's really difficult to get through. Like, really difficult. I took a break in the middle of this for, like, a month, 2 months. Took me a while to get through. So Jaya, I would... to be honest, I'm putting them here. And I know people that are into One Piece will get very angry at me. Because they're like, they're either like, Skypiea is great, like, it's fantastic, you're wrong. And then there are people that are like, Skypiea sucks, it's the worst. And I'm like, okay, like, there are good parts and there are bad parts. Like, that's what all of One Piece is. It's just a lot of highs and a lot of lows. So yeah, Long Ring Long Land is peak S-tier arc. To be honest, for what it is, it's like a pretty flawless arc. I would not, like, say that this is anywhere below, like, a B tier, but I feel like all of these arcs have higher highs, and Long Ring Long Land is not, like, a big emotional arc. It's just the last time we get to, like, have fun with the crew before shit hits the fan. It's the, you know, we go to the Long Island with the long man, like, the man who's on long stilts, who's been here for decades and he can't get down, and the big dog, like, the very long dog, and the long horse, which is just a giraffe. The long, you got, like, Foxy and the Foxy Pirates, and the whole Davy Back games. I don't know why people don't like Long Ring Long Land. Do not skip Long Ring Long Land. It is a very fun arc. It's pretty short, it doesn't outstay its welcome, and at the very end we get very important stuff with Robin, because Aokiji shows up. That whole thing where he, like, freezes her, and, like, we get a sense of what the Admirals are like, what, like, not just, like, their level of strength, but their personalities. They have such strong conflicting personalities between the three of them. They're like, I'm so glad Aokiji was the one to find them at Long Ring Long Land. And, like, the struggle to save Robin and to, like, you know, they get frozen by him. It's just so good. If you could, would you live in the world of One Piece as you are now at the very beginning of the story? No. Are you kidding me? The world of One Piece is, like, horrible. Between the Marines and pirates and people with devil fruits and haki and, like, I would not survive. And there's, like, the way, like, people are treated. Imagine living in, like, Dressrosa or something. I don't want to live in the world of One Piece. Fuck that. Unless I was a pirate. If I get to be a pirate, even if I die out at sea, I would love to, like, experience the world of One Piece for myself. But, like, if it's as I am now, and I don't have haki and I don't have a devil fruit, all I have is, like, a flintlock, I'm screwed. Oh, my throat is really starting to hurt. But we're not far off. I think I can be pretty succinct about all of these arcs. Oh, actually, Return to Sabaody is here. Let me switch the music. What would work? Is that good for, for Water 7. I don't know what song to play here. I guess it doesn't matter, but, you know. Okay, you can pick your own spawn point, and as a bonus, you can pick your stats per se, like abilities, clan, etc. What, dude, what is this? Like a Roblox game? What a weird question. If it's like, you can pick whatever you want, then that would just like, what's the difference between asking, okay, if you could live in One Piece have any power you want, which one would you pick? Oh, I would be Gear 5, and I would have the Nika fruit. I would be like, whatever. Let's see. Let me just shuffle. Let me just shuffle playlist. I think this works. This'll do. So, Water 7. Just gonna put this. Just right now. Just, come on. I don't want to hear it. All three of these are one story arc. I don't care. Water 7 is very cool as a setting. Obviously, anything to do with like Venice and like a city of water with the water canals, I really like. I think it's super cool. I really like the shipwrights, because it's like the whole thing with Water 7 is when we fell from the Sky Islands, the Merry is like, fuck, we need someone to fix our ship, and with the treasure we got from Skypiea, we can afford that. So we're gonna go to Water 7, the island where the best shipwrights are. It's the island where the King of the Pirates' ship was made. So we get the people there to fix it, and the shipwrights are so cool. Like, the whole world-building thing of, like shipwrights in the world of One Piece. Bro, within reason, of course. You can't just start OP. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, is that, like, a question like that, you can pick whatever you want, but it can't be OP. It's like, at that point, you know, what are the parameters for this question? This is, like, very inconsistent, like, parameters of what you can ask, or what you can pick. Alright, I'm back. Welcome back, the unenlightened masses. We've gotten like a fair ways into pre-time skip. I've been streaming, how long have I been streaming for? 2 hours, wow. So we'll keep going, until the end of here. I'm still on Water 7. So, Water 7. Within the world of One Piece, it makes so much sense that the shipwrights are great fighters and they know how to defend themselves, because pirates are their main customer base. And they're just gonna show up and, like, try and get you to fix their ship, and they'll leave without paying, or they'll try and, like, rob you or mug you. It's, like, so cool. And the characters there are so cool anyway. Like, I remember meeting Paulie and thinking Paulie is awesome. He can fight with ropes. He doesn't have a devil fruit, no haki, no, like, weapons. He's just, like, really skilled at fighting with ropes. That's cool, dude. And what's his name? The, like, giraffe guy, the nose guy? Kaku. Kaku is really cool. Like, when I first met him at Water 7, obviously, he's so cool. I thought, like, Rob Lucci with the pigeon was fun. So many cool characters here. Iceberg was cool. And then shit really hits the fan, because at the end of Long Ring Long Land, we started talking about, like, what was it? Like, when Aokiji attacked them, he told Luffy that Robin would betray them. And now here, obviously, she's getting cornered by these people in masks. And they're telling her that you need to come with us, and she just goes with them. And, you know, Sanji wants to follow her and tell her not to go, and, you know, she has to say that, like, no, I have to go. You'll never see me again. And she won't say why. She won't tell them why. And this is, you know, we'll find out why in a bit. But obviously, you know, this is really emotional. The crew starts falling apart. And when we find out from the shipwrights that the Merry cannot sail again, that splinters the crew completely, because they, like, so much happens. Like, Usopp is in charge of taking the treasure to, like, the people that are selling stuff, and he gets stopped and mugged by the Frankie family. They take all his treasure, and he's always felt like, we've had so many times where he's, like, we've built up how insecure he feels, and how, like, inadequate he feels on this crew, because he's weak and he has to run away while he's holding his friends back. And this kind of, like reinforces that belief, because he couldn't even protect their treasure. Like, they can't sail now because they can't fix their ship. But obviously, you know, Luffy and co, like, Nami finds him and he begs her not to tell them, because he can't, like, or I think he begs her to be the one to tell them, because he can't face them, he can't, like, look them in the eye after what he did. But obviously the rest of the crew, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper in, like, the Yeti form, they all rock up, like the walk to Arlong Park, the walk to the Frankie house, and they just wreck shop. It's really cool. And, like, it gets really sad, because obviously they find out that the Merry can't sail again from the shipwrights, and it hits them really hard, because, like Luffy's been saying, like, throughout this story, is that, like, we'll always fix the Merry. The Merry is a part of our crew. She is one of us. But now they have to say goodbye to one of their crew members forever, really. And they kind of process that by themselves, but Usopp isn't there. When they finally get back to the ship at night, because it's docked, Luffy starts talking about, like, he's leafing through, like, these magazines of all these different models of ships, and we've got the money to buy a new one. And Usopp doesn't take this well, because obviously, one, the Merry is his treasure. As we've said, he, like, oh man, the fact that they're able to have this kind of, like, character conflict so organically between main characters that we've been traveling with for several arcs at this point is so good. This is fantastic character writing. Seriously. And, like, it's so natural for Usopp to take issue with this, because it was a present from Kaya, his beloved, but also because, like, the Merry is, like, he's projecting himself onto the Merry, who, like, they said she's part of our crew, but she's not strong enough to go on anymore, so we're gonna leave her behind. How long is it gonna take until the crew realizes that Usopp is too weak and he's holding them back, and they leave him behind? So he and Luffy get into, like, a fist fight on the ship, and, you know, Sanji and stuff, like, I don't remember exactly, but, like, Luffy, Usopp is like, I can't be like you, I have every belief you're going to be king of the pirates, you're strong, but I can't be like that, the Merry means a lot to me. And Luffy gets riled up and upset, and he says something like, if you don't like the decisions I make, then why don't you just... And then he gets kicked by Sanji, and Sanji gets, like, really angry at him and says, like, don't let your emotions get the better of you. What the hell were you just about to say? Don't say something that you don't mean. And Luffy starts apologizing, and he's like, my emotions got the better of me. And Usopp's like, no, but you meant what you were going to say, weren't you? Finish your sentence. You think I'm weak. You don't want me on the crew anymore. You were going to tell me to leave. And so they get, like, they have, like, a duel, and, like, Nami and Chopper are crying, and Usopp is really worked up, and Sanji's not okay with any of this, and Luffy and Usopp have a duel to fight at the end of the night. Winner decides what, like, I think the winner takes the Merry. Usopp says that, like, right there he's leaving the crew, but he's gonna challenge Luffy to a duel, and the winner would take the Merry. And Luffy says, fine, whatever you want. And they fight, and amazing fight, Usopp's best fight. He pulls out all the stops, we see all the tricks, all the gadgets that he's been tinkering with on screen throughout all of these arcs. He's, like, using them against Luffy, and Luffy's having a tough time, but obviously he does pull through, because the power gap between them is just too wide. And, you know, Usopp was right, in a sense, to feel very inadequate and weak compared to Luffy. And then Luffy is getting upset and crying at him. He's like, why did you challenge me to a fight if you knew it would turn out like this? And then Usopp leaves and stuff, and they all get back on the ship, and everyone is crying, and Luffy is like, does that thing where he tips the hat over his eyes, he's holding back tears and says how tough this is, and he doesn't want Usopp to leave. And Zoro has that really good moment as, like, Luffy's friend and as his ally and as his vice captain or whatever, his first mate, and tells him that, like, you can't falter, you can't go back on your word. He disrespected you as captain of the ship, so he cannot be allowed back on. You need to stay true to your word. If, like, you need to be the rock that this crew can rely on, because if you can't, then who do we have to rely on? Who can we trust? So good, seriously. And that's not even the end of it, because, like, no one talks about this other stuff, but, like, Robin ends up helping the masked people, CP9, which is a very unfortunate acronym in English. She helps them with, like, this assassination plot on Iceberg, the president of the island. And, like, just in general, the Straw Hats having to decide whether to go after Usopp or go after Robin and try and help them. But, like, they're completely splintered. They, like, this really feels the story has changed shape at this point. They've gone in a different direction, and it's genuinely so good. Christ. But what else? I mean, like, assassination plots in stories are always so interesting, and One Piece has two major stories where an assassination plot is afoot. And it's very interesting, because in Water 7 they are on one side, and then later, in probably something we'll cover in the next stream, they are on the attacking side, which is so cool and so interesting. So many cool moments here. We get the reveal that Kaku, Rob Lucci, Khalifa, you know, like, Bluno, the majority of the shipwrights that were there, they are government infiltrators, you know? And we've had, like, hints, because, like, not all of the shipwrights see eye to eye. Like, Paulie is one of those characters that, like, gets flustered when he sees a woman show a little bit of skin, and Khalifa's whole thing is that she wears, like, skin-tight office suits. And so throughout the early parts of the arc, he's always getting on her case and says, like, you're being indecent, you have to cover up your legs. And that, like, seems like it's nothing, it's just, like, a fun character moment, because he does that with Nami as well. But, like, we see here that, like, that was not just for show. There is, like, an inherent difference, because Paulie is a normal guy who is just a shipwright and works with Paulie. And these other shipwrights, you know, they were government infiltrators. They're CP9. They're, like, government assassins. And they've come to kill Iceberg because he has something that they want. So I'm getting a lot of comments that I've accidentally ignored. Okay, so what if I start as a Celestial Dragon? I'm not necessarily OP, but if anyone does anything, it's a Buster Call. Oh, well, that's just easy, isn't it? But then, hold on, are you willingly saying you want to have slaves? Is that what you're saying? You want to have slaves? Disgusting. Disgusting. I'm disappointed in you. Being a Lunarian would absolutely suck. Aren't they, like, super strong? I don't know that much about Lunarians. I've only just finished Wano a couple of months ago, and then I took a break. And now I've just started Egghead earlier this week. And then Kaku, my goat. Kaku was really cool until we find out that he's a corrupt government. Well, not corrupt, but he's, like, following the government's orders to kill Iceberg because he has blueprints to something. So we then find out that Frankie, which is, like, this other guy that we've been fighting. Sorry, let me change songs. Pardon me. Am I allowed to play this song? I'm not sure. I need to find something like... I think this will do. So, we follow the crew trying to stop the assassination plot, and we find out a lot of stuff that, so I can't keep doing these, like, entire story recaps. Basically, CP9 wants to kill Iceberg because he and Frankie, the whole backstory with Tom, the shipwright, the guy who made the... Was it the Aura Jackson? Is that Roger's ship, or is that a different ship? He made the King of the Pirates' ship. And so, like, he came to... Like, the government came to, like, arrest him for being complicit with the King of the Pirates. But he said, if you give me 10 more years of freedom, I've been making, like, this thing called the Sea Train. I can make, like... I help people cross islands more efficiently, and it will be for the good of the world. And so they give him more time, they give him, like, amnesty or whatever. And, you know, he and his adopted sons, Iceberg and Frankie, or Cutty Flam, that was his name, before he adopted the secret name of Frankie. They all work on the Sea Train, and Frankie used to get in trouble for making, like, warships and stuff, like dangerous ships. But Tom has this mantra that he says. He says that, you know, whatever your creations are used for, you need to love them. They are your pride, your work. Whatever you do, do it with gusto. And one day, you know, the sea train is good, but I don't remember exactly what happens. I think one of Frankie's little test ships misfires and he like attacks a ship that a celestial dragon was coming to the island on, which we've been getting like bits and pieces on the celestial dragons, but we won't get there until a little bit later. And obviously Tom has to take responsibility for it. So they say, we pardoned you for one of your crimes, but like for attacking a celestial dragon, we can't take you, we can't kill you. Well, we have to kill you. And he has to like cover for Frankie, and Frankie's apologizing and saying that he regrets ever making that ship. And Tom attacks him. He hits him in the face and says, never say that again. Your creations are your pride. Whatever you do it with gusto. And so he was like partially responsible for his mentor and his adopted dad's death from the government, and sees how unfortunate it is. And Tom got taken to Enies Lobby for judgment, which is a government island not far from Water 7, where they imprison and judge and murder, or like execute, pretty much anyone they want. It's like a thing about the corrupt legal system of Japan, about like guilty until proven innocent, that kind of thing. There's just so many layers to this. Water 7 is fantastic for its world building. Enies Lobby, obviously the sea train, we chase Robin down because Nami finds out that Robin left them because she was willing to die for them. She made a deal with CP9. They're like, you're after me. You can kill me if you want, but leave the Straw Hats alone. I want to die for them. But the Straw Hats aren't going to let that happen. So they get on the sea train and they chase them to Enies Lobby with the Frankie family, because Frankie got taken too. And they all work together with the Frankie family. And that's when, Enies Lobby begins. So much cool stuff happens. Sanji infiltrates the train to fight, like, all of the people that had been kicking Luffy's ass. Sanji fights alone, and obviously he loses, but he's willing to go after the crew, and Zoro is showing concern over that little radio, but Luffy says, Sanji, you have my go-ahead. And Zoro's like, that's a stupid idea, he's gonna get himself killed. And Luffy says, if it was you in that situation, would you want me to tell you no? We're all gonna fight for our friends, and we're all gonna band together to go after Robin. And obviously Soga King, Sniper King, he arrives, and haha, he's different to Usopp, different character, whatever. Soga King is so cool because, like, it's so clear what they're doing. Usopp comes back to the crew, but he can't face them, he can't look them in the eye, so he puts on a mask. He pretends to be someone he isn't, to try and be accepted by this crew. And obviously Luffy and Chopper are stupid, so they believe that he's a different person, but everyone else clocks it immediately. But they don't say anything, obviously, and he, like, chases down the ship, the sea train, and he and Sanji and Frankie, they're all working together. And they get, like, Usopp manages to, like, hide it next to Nico Robin, and she's telling him that, like, you need to leave, I did this, like, you're making all of my efforts be for nothing. But he's like, he's like, believe in Luffy, he can, you know, you've accepted death because you think there's no other way, but believe in Luffy, he will help. And obviously, you know, Enies Lobby is so peaked because they run in and they, dude. Enies Lobby. Everybody loves Enies Lobby, and for good reason. I put them all in this order. Obviously, the closer it is to the left, the higher up it goes. I think Water 7, I put them all here just because I feel like this is all one story arc. But Water 7, I really like that for setting so much up. But Enies Lobby is great. We get Gear 2 and 3, the fights against Blueno. We get, like, the Frankie family and the Giants. Usopp working with the Giants and saying, I met Dorian Broggy. And they're like, no, you didn't. They're not still alive. We haven't heard from them in ages. And Usopp has to prove it by, like, imitating their laughs. Oh, go, 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 go. How did they do it? Oh, go, 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 go. I can't remember. So, there's that. There is... Obviously, everyone gets major power-ups here. Sanji, he gets like that. We find out why he won't hit women. It's not because he's a misogynist. It's the opposite. It's because he was raised by Zeph. And again, we're going to keep coming back to his backstory. But for now, he was raised by Zeph to never kick a woman. And Zeph says, like, if you ever stray from the path of a man, I will slit my own throat for raising you wrong. And so he can't fight Khalifa. She's got, like, that... She and Kaku ate new devil fruits. So she's got, like... the bubble fruit thing, so Nami has to fight her instead of Sanji. And that's really cool because Nami gets, this is like her best fight in the entire series, honestly. The whole thing with the Mirage tempo and stuff, so good. Sanji fighting the wolf guy who pretends to be Robin's, like, long-lost brother, and Sanji knows he's lying. Zoro and Usopp getting chained together, so Usopp has to be his other sword while he fights Kaku is so fun. And then obviously he gets, like, the Ashura power-up, which is, like, a demon prince that I'm not sure. I don't want to be culturally insensitive, but I know it's based off of, like, those, like, statues. Sorry. My throat is so dry. Oh. But obviously, you know, you get Luffy versus Blueno, where he uses Gear 2 for the first time, and Gear 3, he learned from, like, the 6 powers, you know, Shave and Finger Pistol and Iron Body. He used his own Devil Fruit to come up with cool ideas to fight, and I love that so much. Gear 3 is, like, my favorite Luffy, like, power-up, I guess, or my favorite attack, because it's so inherently Looney Tunes. He blows air into his thumb and inflates his hand, and just has a very giant punch, like, just how you get something like Tom and Jerry. And obviously you're like, that doesn't make sense. He doesn't have a hole in his thumb, so he can't blow air into it, and, like, even if he did, it's just a massive balloon. It's full of air and nothing else. How would that hurt? It's because it's a cartoon. He literally operates with cartoon logic, which is awesome. I like how One Piece has a bunch of different people who indeed live in the world. Some of them hate each other due to their differences. Yeah, I talked about that quite a bit earlier. I'm not going to repeat it for the sake of, like, VOD watchers or anything, so when the stream is over, feel free to comb over it again and see what some of my earlier opinions were. Garp is the fist of justice? Nah, oppression. Well, we'll get to Garp. I forgot to I haven't forgotten. We haven't gone to him yet. So Luffy fights Blueno, and Blueno has a really cool devil fruit, like the door fruit, where he, like, makes a little pocket dimension to hide in. It's pretty cool. He can, like, open doors to lead anywhere. That's cool. It's way cooler than just, like, teleportation or something. It's very nice. I'm losing my voice. Oh my god, I'm not used to yapping this much. But yeah, obviously this all leads to the iconic moment of, like, you know, Sogeking shoot down that flag. You'll never face off you can't fight the world government. Spandam is such a dick. Have I talked about Spandam yet? He's gonna come up a little bit here. Spandam is a dick. Everyone hates Spandam, obviously. Spandam sucks. Frankie keeps calling him Spandex, which is funny. And Spandam is, like, yelling at the Straw Hats, like, you see that flag? All of those nations, the Marine flag symbolize, or the world government flag symbolizes all these nations banded together. We have forces all over the world. You'll never take on the entire world by yourselves. And Luffy's like, yeah, let's see. Shoot down that flag, Sogeking. And they do, and you know, Spandam is like, oh, are you crazy? You're gonna fight the entire, you just declared war on the entire world. And Luffy's like, bring it on. And then, like, yelling at Robin, telling her that he hasn't heard her say it yet. I need you to tell me you want to live. And, like, the music starts swelling, and she starts, like, tearing up and holding back her tears, and, like, scrunching up her face. And you got, like, the memories of people telling her that she's cursed and she's not allowed to live, and, like, the backstory of her, like, as a child, the O'Hara incident, the Buster call, just wanting to learn about the history of the world, history that the government doesn't want you to know. You know, eradicated that entire island. She managed to run away because of Aokiji. And now, like, and she had to be on the run for so long because everyone kept wanting to turn her in for the money. Devil child Nico Robin, an 8-year-old child who did nothing wrong, was persecuted by the entire world just for existing. Which, Frankie has that iconic quote, just existing is not a crime. And she's crying, and Luffy says, tell me you want to live, and she starts crying. She says, I want to live. Oh, dude, it's so good. Oh, man, so many times I wanted to go back and watch One Piece from the beginning, and it's a huge time investment, but it's so worth it. God, it's so worth it. And then, obviously, with that go-ahead, the Straw Hats band together, they jump down off of the little building they're on, and they rush through, they bust through the doors, and they go, like, fight all the people, until they finally reach the top, and Spandam is, like, chaining Robin down. He tells, like, CP9, you all work for me! Don't let them lay a finger on me, because he's a pussy, and he runs away with Robin. And, like, she's trying to resist, and he's, like, punching her and kicking her, because he's a piece of shit. And then he accidentally, like, triggers the Buster Call instead of the regular Dendenmushi. It's so stupid. And obviously, like, more marine ships are coming to the island to blow it up and to eradicate everybody who is there. And obviously everyone is like, the desperation, the chase to go after her and to not let Robin, like, after she gets past those doors, there's no going back. She's going to get executed and we can't stop it. So we need to get Robin before they drag her to those doors. And they can't do anything, and Sogeking is on top of the building, and, like, he's just, like, freaking out. I can't do anything to help them. And Sanji's, like, fighting off all the people, like, trying to hold them back. And he tells them, we don't need Sogeking right now. We need Usopp. We need I can do the things that you can't do, so you can do the things that I can't do. And with that, that gives him the motivation to finally take the mask off, to accept who he is, and that he does belong on this crew, and to span them from all the way up on the tower, which is supposed to be impossible. Like, they say it's meant to be impossible, but he manages to do it anyway. Which buys them just enough time, obviously, to try and get Robin. Luffy and Lucci start fighting on the ground, and, like, it's one of my favorite fights in the show, to be honest, because it's not like a clean fight, it's not flashy or cool or badass. Luffy is getting hurt, but he, like, keeps getting back up, because he tells Lucci, like, until the moment I win, I will not fall down. And he keeps fighting, and, like, it's so, you feel the desperation. It's not like a cool fight, it is desperate. Like, and he starts, like, getting those flashbacks of, like, all of those people telling him that he can't fight the world, he can't take the world on, that the government, you know, gets those flashbacks of Robin saying, you and I will never see each other again. Of Nami crying when Luffy was sandwiched between those two buildings. She's crying and telling him that, like, Robin is going to, like, you've been stuck here the entire time, and Robin's left. She's going to die for us. That's why she left us. And then, you know, and then it cuts to, like, the memory of, like, the flashback of Lucci saying that, like, this is a mountain that you can't surpass. I am, like, too strong for you. You cannot defeat me. And then it cuts to Robin saying, I want to live. And then Luffy got the Gum Gatling, and he shreds Lucci into the wall. So good. Also, just, like, I forgot to mention, Mini Luffy. My favorite thing about Gear 3, which is unfortunately not a thing in post-time skip, and I get it, I know why, they want to, like, they want to show that Luffy has grown, so he doesn't have that drawback anymore. But the drawback of Mini Luffy, he uses Gear 3 by inflating his arm full of air. So when he runs out of Gear 3, his body deflates and he gets tiny, and he has to run away because he can't fight properly. And in any other show, it would be one of those things that, like, you know how main characters get stupid, busted powers, and it's like, oh, but it does have a drawback. I'll die if I use it too much, if I overexert myself. And the story never ever goes in that direction, because obviously not. It's a non-weakness, and it's just kind of there just to kind of, like, not be a stupid, overpowered power, even though that's exactly what it is. But and that's what this could be. But the way Oda writes is so fantastic, because Luffy gets desperate in fights, and he uses Gear 3 prematurely. He goes into, like, the mini Luffy form, and he has to spend these fights running away. And in a lot of cases, like in this one, it doesn't work, and Lucci catches up to him and, like, pins him against the wall. Oh, it's so good. And then, so emotional, the emotion's rampant and it's going high, like, Luffy is trying to fight Lucci, and he's about to, like, give up, because he's too exhausted. And then Usopp from far away, he takes off the mask, and he's like, Luffy, you're a pussy, you can't fight Lucci, and, you know, trying to egg him on, get him to fight, and then he starts telling Lucci, come and get me, you pussycat, you big fat pussycat, come and get me then. And Luffy's like, stop, you're gonna get killed, you can't fight him. And Usopp says, shut up, I don't listen to cowards who are on death's door. If you want me to shut up, you have to stand up and fight Lucci yourself. And Luffy does it, and Usopp starts, like, crying and shouting, like, let's fight everybody else and leave the island together. And Luffy's like, of course. And then so good. And then obviously they all run away. They're all cornered by ships. They finally have Robin again, and she's, like, grateful to them and crying. And then, like, they're surrounded by ships. The Buster Call has started, so everything is getting blown up. And, like, that's when they hear a voice. So we've heard in Water 7, I forgot to mention, the spirit of the Merry. I forgot exactly what it's called, but it's like this myth. I'm not sure if it's in, like, real Piracy 2, or if this is just a One Piece thing. But, like, it's said that, if you take really good care of your ship, then your ship sort of grows a soul, and it will then look after you. And that's exactly what happened with the Mary. On Skypiea, there's a scene where Usopp is late at night, he's the only one awake, and he's tending to the ship, he's, like, fixing up its holes and stuff. And he thinks he sees, like, a ghost or something, like a little spirit, but he's so tired that he can't tell, and he falls asleep. That spirit is the Mary, and, like, we hear its voice, like, saying, "Everybody, I'm here, jump into the sea," and everyone start, like, all of the Straw Hats go, like, into the sea, and they jump off the buildings and stuff, which, even if you're not a Devil Fruit user, you wouldn't have been able to, like, survive long in those waters. And obviously we have 3 Devil Fruit users on the crew, so this is a stupid idea. Everyone is like, well, is that the voice of all things? What are you talking about? Like, the voice of the Mary? I'll get into that. So, the Mary, you know, comes to pick them up. It drifted off from, like, being destroyed, or being thrown off by Kaku and Rob Lucci in the Water 7. It comes to pick them up. Even though it's not meant to be able to sail again, it goes on one last voyage to pick up the Straw Hats and to save them. And while they're being like, the big marine galleons are blowing them up, they all manage to keep going, and, like, the Mary is so small that it's able to avoid all of that stuff. And Sanji, I think he, like, had this, like, you know, MVP behind the scenes sort of thing where he closes the doors to Enies Lobby, which changes the flow of the tides and makes the marine ships crash into each other. And the Mary manages to escape, and we get one final scene, like, they get picked up by the Frankie family and all of their ships. And the Straw Hats, because the Mary can't sail anymore, this was the final voyage, it really cannot make it anymore. So they throw a Viking funeral for it. They burn Mary on the sea, and they stand back and watch, and they're, like, holding back tears, and then they hear the voice of the Mary saying that, like, that she loves them, and that, like, they are her family, and that she loved the time she spent with them, and taking them on this adventure, and looking after them. And that's when they will start crying, and Luffy starts apologizing for, you know, not treating her properly, and, like, breaking her so many times, and, like, you know, Usopp tried to fix you, but he's bad at it, and, you know, Zoro and Sanji are idiots, and I'm so sorry, and Mary's like, don't apologize, Wait, let me put on the emotional music, what am I doing? Why am I playing this goofy Where is Without You? There it is. So the Mary, you know, they're holding the funeral, and they're all crying, and, like, even people that aren't the Straw Hats, they're sat back and, like, and the Mary is burning, and you see it starts to snow, and you see, like, a final shot of the Mary's, like, the figurehead of the lamb, like, the look of the face of the lamb as it, like, sinks into the ocean. Everyone is crying. And you get so many, like, people online saying that, like, only One Piece could make me cry over a drawing of a ship, but literally, this story is something truly special. And if you, like, people like Mole King, you are seriously missing out. Seriously. You are... Oh my god. You have no idea what you're missing out on. It's so sad. And then we finally, you know, we get back to Water 7, and we kind of need to leave. We get Frankie on the crew, and Frankie's fantastic. The Frankie family, his farewell is really emotional. And then there's Usopp. Usopp wants to come back to the ship, but he's too proud to apologize, and they start leaving without him. And Usopp gets on his knees and he starts crying, and he screams that he's sorry. I'm sorry, Luffy, take me back. And, like, you know, they were waiting for that so many times, like, and then, you know, Luffy stretches his hand out all the way from the ship to get Usopp and to tug him back onto the ship, and they're all crying, like, get on, idiots! So emotional, and you get, like, Garp and Kobe and Helmeppo, they come back very briefly for this arc. So much happens, and it's just like, post-Enies Lobby is very short and sweet because it's the ending of all of this. We get a party where Robin is happy and she's back on the crew, and Aokiji sneaks up to her just to say that, like, whatever the hell he wanted to say, I don't remember, but it was basically like, take care of yourself or something, like, you got friends now or something. The whole backstory with Saul, I can't believe I forgot to mention that, the Dereshishishi, you know, that no one in this world is born to be alone, that someday you will find a family, people who care for you. Dude, the emotion in this arc, it's all one arc, I don't want to hear it, this is all one story arc. It's so emotional, and it's like, in my opinion, one of the peaks, one of the highest peaks of One Piece. So good, man. And obviously, yeah, you get like world building by having Helmeppo and Kobe come back. They're training under Garp, which is Luffy's grandfather, which sounds interesting. Luffy's grandfather is a Marine, but that, like, you ain't seen nothing yet. That's like build up to something completely different. So good, man. Oh my god, it's good. Where are we? We're almost at 3 hours. Let's press on. Oh, Christ. What else is there really to talk about? I mean, yeah, Luffy's grandfather being a Marine, and obviously we know that his brother is another pirate who actually is under the Whitebeard Pirates, like, Roger's old rival who is still alive, but in, like, his last legs, you know? And we get this sense of finality, like, we've finally gotten Robin back, our crew is together again, and stronger than ever, Usopp is back on board, Frankie has joined as our shipwright. That's another thing, sorry, I forgot. The Mary had her funeral, and Frankie, with the money that the Frankie family stole from the Straw Hats, he built the greatest ship in the world from the Adam Tree Wood or whatever from Elbaf, the Thousand Sunny. And that's our ship now, and we all move on to another adventure. So good. And I want to take a break here, just to see where people are at, how are we feeling, because that was a lot. That was a lot of yapping, and I keep telling myself I don't want to do story recaps, but I kind of end up doing it anyway, because you really need to know, like, the emotion of the story, to really feel, you know, so good. Wait, what? People like Molking? Molking hasn't watched One Piece. Well, he says he has, 10 years ago. Like, half of the story, 10 years ago. He doesn't remember any of it. But technically, that's still watching it. No, just watch the show, man. Just watch the show. It's so good. It's not even so good. It is... There are, obviously, ups and downs. It is a very mixed show. But it's, like, the highs are so worth it. And they are... The show is, like, great more often than it's not good. You know? So where are we? How are we feeling? How are we feeling about continuing streaming, and how do we feel about, you know, all of this? My rankings so far. I guess we should get into them before we continue on to, like, this last stretch of the story of pre-time skip. Reverse Mountain, Orange Town, Syrup Village, Loguetown. I don't think any of these are bad. They're just the weakest arcs. So they're lower down. Reverse Mountain, obviously, because it's super small and doesn't have that much going on. It's only in this next arc, Thrill of Arc, that we get payoffs to things like Laboon. Orange Town is pretty good, it's just kind of weak. Syrup Village, again, good but weak. Has, like, good stuff with Clawheador and, not Clawheador. Clawheador kind of sucks. With Usopp. Loguetown is very charming, but there's not much that happens in it. Long Ring Longland is a lot of fun. Oh, actually, let me move this up. Romance, I like it better than Romance Dawn. Do I like it more than Little Garden? Probably not. This is where I feel. That's how I feel about stuff. Whiskey Peak is great. Romance Dawn. Thriller Bark introduces Piranha, therefore it gets its own tier. Okay, yeah. I'll give it its own tier. And I'll make it pink, just like Piranha. There you go. And this is where you sit, unenlightened masses. This is where you belong. There you go. See, I'm a generous channel. I listen to my fans. Also, there is Kuma, and that is that foreshadowing? It is foreshadowing. Everything about Kuma is foreshadowing, and I don't even... No spoilers for Egghead. I know Kuma stuff happens in Egghead. Please don't spoil it. But even from what little I know about Kuma, is great. It's so good. Little Garden... No! Yeah, you a Guna buddy. That's just how it is. Little Garden is great. Gyre and Skypiea are great. Little Garden is good. It just doesn't reach, like, very high highs, but it doesn't have, like, major lows. And then Gyre and Skypiea are great, but have, like, also a lot of issues. Like, a really long stretch of the story that's just kind of bad. Baratie, Arlong Park, Alabasta, all fantastic arcs that I think they all suffer from the same issue, which is pacing. And also Alabasta has that whole thing with Pell, which I know that's, like, a really specific complaint, but it really, like, when you have such an emotional climax and you take away from it by, like, undercutting one of the key characters' major sacrifices that is the entire reason why the day was saved. That's a big deal. That does knock the story down a fair peg. And then all of these, Drum Island, and then all of the Water 7 saga. This is fantastic. They either have no flaws, or they are so fantastic that the flaws, that the great parts, the peaks, outweigh the flaws. At least to me. Better watch your back. No, better watch your... So, let's play some spooky Sonic music, because that's, you know... We're about to get into Thriller Bark. I'm very interested into hearing what you guys think, because people who people feel very differently about Thriller Bark, even to each other. It is a very, like, contentious arc. I know where my opinions are, but I want to hear yours first. Outside of, like, you know, Perona and Kuma. Like, the entire arc, you know, I don't want to just hear the good parts, I don't want to just hear the bad parts, I want to hear all of it. What is your overall opinion on Thriller Bark? Bow, 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 bow. Let's see. Are you there, Guna? The unenlightened Gunas, are you there? There you are, awesome. Okay. Okay, so Thriller Bark has a ton of cool fights, a few annoying characters, and broke. Yes. Okay, continue. Is that, like, your opinion? That's, like, a kind of a nothing opinion. I want to know, like, where it is for you. It's a bit longer than it should be. Okay. Continue. Sorry, my chair is so creaky. Creaky, squeaky. You know how it be. Yeah, you know how it is. Put your hands up. Come on, come on. Ain't nobody gonna come here and eat my plate. And it sets up so much stuff later on that it makes it worth revisiting. I honestly agree. For me, Thriller Bark... This is gonna make a lot of people angry. Actually, no. Is it above Skypiea? I think it is. You know what? I think it is. Because Thriller Bark and Skypiea have so many similarities. They are very similar in the way that they feel like self-contained stories, but they are actually setting up for a lot for me. Like, they're setting up for a lot in the world building. We get... What the fuck is this song? Sonic Spin... Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude. Let's... Here we go. So, I think Thriller Bark has a lot of... Watch out, Ricky, they're gonna find you. What? What do you mean? Oh, the people that are, like... angry... people, you can be angry at me if you want. I need to revisit Skypiea, honestly, and I like more of what Skypiea is doing. I just think Thriller Bark has less low of lows. They are very similar in the way that they are self-contained stories, or they feel like self-contained stories, but they're actually setting up for a lot. But also they're like, they have really high highs, and then they have like long stretches in like the middle of the story where nothing much happens. I'm not talking about the nothing happens scene. Sorry, that was poor phrasing. They have long stretches where it's just drags, right? In Skypiea, it's like fighting Enel's little cronies, and Luffy getting trapped in the serpent. Thriller Bark has that when fighting with Moria and like Oars. I think that is really weak and takes so long. But like outside of that, the arcs are really good, and Thriller Bark especially. Like, obviously, you said that you like Perona. Perona's a fun character. There's also obviously the Kuma stuff, and there is what is it, like the Nothing Happened scene? Everybody loves that. There's Brook and his whole backstory with Laboon. I'm not even going to talk about that. The stream is long enough as it is. You know the Laboon backstory. You know the like Reverse Mountain was set up for this. And it is so emotional. And that Brook was one of the Rumbar pirates who ate the like revive fruit. And he spent like 50 years in the Florian Triangle alone. And like they recorded them playing Laboon's favorite song before they died. And oh man. So much good stuff there. Even just like Brook as a character is really funny. His introduction is hilarious. His joining the crew is hilarious. And like the fight against Ryuma, not only is it great as like a Brook and Zoro moment, but also because it sets up for Wano. And not just that, Gecko Moria his introduction is him bitching about how he lost to Kaido, and he's coping like, I would have won if this and this and this, so I'm gonna make a big army, and then he makes the army, and he's like, no, I'm gonna get my ass beat anyway. Which is so funny. But Moria himself, like, he kind of, like, sucks when it comes to, like, the major fight, and, like, he steals their shadows, and it's like, when the sun comes, they're all gonna die if they don't have their shadows, like vampires, so he didn't need to fight them, but he did it anyway, because whatever. I liked the Shindri stuff with Dr. Hogback and Chopper. I don't think it's amazing or anything. I just think it's, like, okay stuff, like, for Chopper to go through. And it's, like, probably the only time Chopper has had, like, a main role in the story. There are also, I've forgotten to say, one of the worst parts of the arc, because this arc has a lot of highs and lows, and one of the lower lows is, like, listen, I'm sorry, I like Sanji. I do. You know what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm gonna say. Sanji and that, like, what was his name? Like, that tiger face guy? Whatever the fuck he was. Maybe like, the invisible fruit. The way they treat Nami in this arc? Come on, dude. Seriously? Are we seriously doing this? God. Let me see these messages that we've got. There's also that monster in the triangle that we just see. You know, when I first saw that, I knew about, like, Emu's silhouette, so I thought that was Emu, but maybe it's not. I don't think it is anymore. There's also Shindri the zombie who keeps getting revenge on that messed up zombie doctor. That's what I've just said, yeah, the Dr. Hogback thing with Shindri. Super good stuff. Oh, I mean, super good. It's pretty good stuff. Shindri's backstory is kind of sad. And she's like a great example of like a one-off character. She hasn't come back since and probably shouldn't, but like she was just in this one arc where we focus on her story a little bit, and then that's it, you know? And that's really, I really like the scene where her zombie starts crying, because like she kind of doesn't have like a lot of sentience or a lot of thought. She's just kind of a mindless servant to Dr. Hogback, but that's when she's like, there is an element of her that is still alive in there that's feeling this emotion and the tragedy of what she's had to go through. And that's like something no one ever talks about, and I think that's like a really nice little thing in the story. I honestly look, and like Usopp versus Perona, and just in general, Perona has been a really fun character in this arc. And like Luffy trying to recruit all of the zombies to join his crew, and Usopp, the whole thing of like, I just naturally have a negative personality. It's just so funny. I think that's in the dub. I think the dub is actually funnier than the sub in that one scene, which I'm usually, like, really not a fan of One Piece's dub, but, you know. Yikes, I still love you, Sanji. Toei could never make me hate you. Buddy, that was Oda. Oda wrote that. That was not a Toei thing. Oda wrote that. I know Toei has a thing against Sanji. I'm not saying they don't. But, like, Sanji fans need to, like... You need to, like, admit that it's not just Toei. Oda has a favorite, and it's not Sanji. Sanji is very much not one of his favorites. Sanji fans, you need to come to terms with reality. He's a great character. I love Sanji. It's just that, like, there are parts in the story where he is done dirty. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you should know. You really should accept this. I know it's hard. I know it's a difficult thing to have to hear, for me to have to tell you, but this is just how things are. It's not about who's his favorite, it's about agenda. I don't care about story or deeper themes or what the author intended. Whoever I say is a bum is a bum. So yeah, and then obviously there's like the ending of the arc with Kuma. He sends Perona away, which is set up for Sabaody. Sorry, spoilers for a second. Well, all of this is spoilers. The Nothing Happened sequence is really good. Brooke joining the crew and crying for Laboon. It's like tearing up, and we finally like hear Binks Sake, which is such a beautiful song. I love Binks Sake. And then yeah, I think Thriller Bark is a B tier for me. Above Skypiea, and I know a lot of people are going to hate me for that, but I don't care, this is my tier list! Lol, lol, oh, la la, la 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 la, la la la. I love Delusion. Ooh. We're getting close to the end now, because we're in the final saga, so I'm going to take one last chance here to... I'll probably do before Marineford. Every time I hit Binks Sake, I get goosebumps, bro. Me too, dude. I love Binks Sake. How are we all feeling? It says I've got 3 concurrent viewers. Oh, I'm so honored. How are we all feeling about this tier list so far? I'm not gonna, like, change anything unless you guys make a compelling enough point to change my opinion. But I'm not buckling to anyone else's opinion. If you can give me, like, where I should change some of these arcs, where I should put them, I'll hear you out. But aside from that, you know. And how are we doing on stream? How are we doing on timing? We are almost at 3 hours. I thought we'd actually be further ahead by now. And it's also proof that I was never going to get through every one of these arcs. Post-time skip is going to be for another stream. Also, how many swords were seen up to this point? It's for the Mihawk upscale counter. I'm not like a power scaler. I'm not like a power scaler, but I think Mihawk is definitely a fraud, and I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear Mihawk fans defend him. I'm not putting up with that shit. Let me switch songs. We are at Sabaody now. Or Shabandi or Shabaody. Let me see. If you really had to get rid of one S-rank arc, which one would you get rid of? Well, all of these are one arc. They're one storyline. I don't care. I'm not gonna hear it. These are all one. So it would be Drum Island. I would bump Drum Island down. But I'm not gonna do that because I think Drum Island is genuinely worth an S tier. Probably Drum Island down to the top of A. Is that what your reaction to what he was saying? Mole King? Well, I'm not moving Drum Island down. I think Drum Island deserves to stay up here. And nobody, I think, honestly, not many people could convince me to put Drum Island down. You'd need to be like a master debater. A masturbator. And there's no one who's better at masturbate. Sorry, nothing. That must have been the wind. I didn't hear anything. Yes, Mole Bum. LARP King. Agendas all over. So, we begin the final story arc. Ever since... No, I mean to disintegrate from existence. Oh. One S tier? I'm not doing that. I wouldn't disintegrate any of these arcs. They're all fantastic. If I could disintegrate one arc, it would be Punk Hazard, because fuck Punk Hazard, seriously. Let's see. So, Sabaody is really cool. How do we feel about Sabaody? I've never been able to properly put my thoughts into, like, words. Or to even really understand how I feel about it, because I think it's... you know... There are really great stuff about it. Seriously, and there's nothing, like, wrong with this arc. It's just that most of this arc is, like, feels like a bridge arc between different parts of the story, and then it ends by like taking you in a completely different direction, which is great. I love that twist. How do we feel about Sabaody? All my people hate Punk Hazard. I hate Punk Hazard, dude. The Yeti Cool Brothers made me switch to One Pace. That was the last straw for me. I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't take it after the Yeti Cool Brothers. They changed me. Something inside me broke. If I can't pick a third option from a Would You Rather, then you can't pick a third option from Disintegrate and S-Rank from existence. I'll remember this. Well, you already do that anyway. I don't know what the... You never honor the rules of these games anyway. But fine, if you're gonna be like that, fine. If I had to disintegrate one of these arcs, it would be Drum Island, fine. Because I like these ones more. Pardon me. Let's begin. So, Sabaody. Cool setting, love the setting. Because it's not really an archipelago, it's like a bunch of giant tree roots that are like high up enough from the water to, like, their roots are big enough to be like bits of land. And obviously all of the different tree archipelago things are connected together. And that's really cool. They've built like an amusement park there, but the amusement park, we come to find out, because we find like, ever since we left Enies or Water 7, we've been told that like the way to cross from Paradise, like the first half of the Grand Line, into the New World, is to go to Sabaody, to get your ship coated, and to go under the water into Fishman Island. And in general, in general, Fishman Island was something that like all of the Straw Hats were into. Luffy likes the idea of it, thinks it's a cool for like adventure. Sanji is a gooner, he wants to see mermaids. We get all of that stuff, and like Zoro forgetting about like Granny Kokoro or whatever from Water 7, because we found out about mermaids in Water 7. And like he finds out that like he wipes the memory from his head. He's like, oh, mermaids, I've never seen one before. And Chopper's like, he wiped the memory right out of his head. It's pretty funny. I like it a lot. You get to you meet along the way. I mean, you get Duval, and the Duval stuff is very funny, but also I don't care about it. The thing where Brook falls to his knees laughing when he finds out that Sanji's poster, his wanted poster, was of Duval, is so funny. But in general, Duval, I don't give a shit about Duval. Sanji beats him up so bad that he gets plastic surgery and stops looking like a bad Sanji, which is so funny. We get to, obviously we meet Kami and... what's his name? Papagu? The starfish? And we all go to... They take us to Sabaody, and that's where we meet Hachi. And, dude, we knew from Arlong Park that Hachi wasn't, like, fully into, like, following Arlong's, like, his vision. But we know that there was something there for him to follow him, and we know that, like, despite being the Arlong Pirates and having a specific Arlong logo on their flag and, like, Nami's tattoo, they all had other symbols as well. They had tattoos of a red sun, and we find out more in Fishman Island, but we find out, like, here, kind of why that is a little bit. I'll leave most of that for the next stream when we talk about Fishman Island. But Sabaody, dude. Hachi, we find out that, like, he regrets everything he did with Arlong, and he, apologizes profusely to Nami for everything that happened because of Arlong, and, he just wants to be able to make it up to her some way, and, that, like, that's really good. He kind of, like, joins them a little bit, in the same way that Kami joins them. They're not really a part of the crew, but, they're there. They're, like, sort of the way Vivi joins, They're just there for a little bit. And they take them through to Sabaody to try and get their ship coated, but along the way, because Sabaody is like a big amusement park, and it seems really fun and cool at first, but then we find out there's a little bit of, like, a darker nature to that, because that theme park is frequented by celestial dragons, which we've seen a lot about. Like, we've seen bits of them, but this is where we fully understand who they are. Celestial dragons are racist, like, upper class. They were born into, like, higher roles, and they, like, this is, like, anyone who says One Piece isn't political has not watched the show. If you get to Sabaody Archipelago and you think One Piece is not political, and you've been watching the show, genuinely pop a cap between your eyes, because it's not worth using your brain anymore. It's not doing anything for you. Seriously, Christ. For the record, that's a joke. I just said that live on stream. That's a joke. I meant that as a joke. Don't act in-game, in Fortnite, in Minecraft. Sabaody, we find out that the Celestial Dragons take slaves. There's a big slave auction house, and that's where humans are treated as slaves too, like lower class humans, but the fishmen especially are treated like vermin. And the Celestial Dragons are like, don't breathe near them, they're diseased, and like, you know, someone put them in chains, you know, this slave was broken free. It's really like crazy shit. And obviously Camie gets captured, and they want to sell her as a mermaid, as a slave, to Celestial Dragons. And that's where we meet Rayleigh for the first time. Let's see. There's the disgusting, spine-chilling, nerve-busting, heart-sinking reveal of the Celestial Filthy Dragons. You sound that like it's a slur, but it probably is. You call someone a Celestial Dragon. I never got to Celestial Dragons. By the sounds of it, they sound like frauds in terms of power. They don't have power, they have social power. They don't, like, they don't fight. This is a world that's, like, they are just, like, upper-class people. You know, they are privileged and stuff. Although if I could be any One Piece race, I would still pick a Celestial. Seriously? That's a guaranteed comfortable life. Are you serious? You would prioritize your own comfort over the idea of, like, owning slaves. You would willingly be a slave owner. And not only that, you would, like, turn away adventure. You know, if you leave the capital, you're, like, not allowed to be a Celestial Dragon anymore, right? That's what they did to, like, the Flamingo family. The Don Quixote family. I don't remember, fuck's sake. And you're not forced to be a jerk, as we see. Yeah, I know, but, like, you're still complicit in that system. You're still a part of it. Like, Sabo didn't... Oh, wait, hold on. I'll talk about Sabo when we get to Sabo. Like that green hair guy from, like, Fishman Island, that green, like, Celestial Dragon. Not cool, dude. Not cool. You really want to be a slave owner? Disgusting. Does being a Celestial Dragon automatically have to make you a slave owner? I think, like, not, like, automatically, but, like, every Celestial Dragon has slaves, and, like, even if they don't personally have slaves, their lives are built on the backs of slaves. Metaphorically and literally. They don't even walk in Marie Joie. They just, like, there are slaves that under the path, like, under the footpath, they, like, it's a treadmill, and they are pushing the path forward so you don't have to walk. I mean, obviously, Mr. Mole King, privileged white boy, of course, he's thinking, oh, Celestial Dragon, oh, that sounds like a good deal. Disgusting. And also, unenlightened masses, you want to be a Celestial Dragon? Not only do you want to turn away adventure, which is a disgrace in and of itself, I'm disappointed in you, but you also want to be a slave owner? Disgusting. Yeah, one day if you get fed up, you can just quit. Do you know what happens to Celestial Dragons who move into the normal world? Have you seen Dressrosa? This is a bad plan you guys have thought out. I don't know why you'd want to be a Celestial Dragon. Dude, I want to be kind. Saint Donkey Chad. You guys are like... The level of, like, laziness. To be like, I'm already lazy in real life. If I were to live in One Piece, I want to live the laziest and most comfortable and most privileged way possible. I don't even want to entertain the idea of going on an adventure. You guys are disgusting, dude. What the... Disgusting. Terrible. I'm so disappointed in my audience. Terrible. You guys? When did I say I wanted to be one? What the fuck you on about? What? You sounded like you were gonna say that. You're like, does it automatically have to make you a slave owner? Terrible. Terrible. Anyways, let's move on. You get introduced to Rayleigh, and Rayleigh is very cool and very dope. We don't know exactly what his deal is yet, but he's very cool. Old man with aura. And he helps free Camie, but not before, like, because Nami, the whole thing, right? Nami's whole thing is that she wants money, and she will hold on to money and, like, not and control finances and not let the crew use money. When they get to Sabaody, the idea is, like, we can't fight Celestial Dragons. We can't, like, if we breathe on them, we look at them wrong, they'll shoot us. And if we do anything to defend ourselves, if we say a mean word to them, they will call a Buster Call. We can't do anything. So the way we're gonna win Kami, like we're gonna free Kami, is all of this money we've saved up, this treasure, we're going to use it to free Kami. And we're gonna beat them at their own game, we're gonna buy her from the auction. That's the idea, but they don't have... bruh, you think I would go to such lows. I'm disappointed. Buddies. You know, okay, you know what? I can't say... I'm not gonna I'm not gonna repeat some of the conversations we've had online, but come on, dude. Come on, dude. Let's see. Where was I? So, Kami gets... So the idea is Nami wants to buy Kami back from the auction house stuff. But they can't do that because the Celestial Dragons, their pockets run deep, they are rich, they are privileged. So, you know, it looks like Kami's about to get bought out by a Celestial Dragon and used as a slave. And then Luffy comes crashing down, and then, you know, he's not happy about what's going on, and then Hachi, in trying to stop Luffy, because he can see Luffy's about to swing on a Celestial Dragon, and you know what happens when you swing on a Celestial Dragon. So he tries to stop him, and in doing so, he, like, unveils his, like, extra arms, and everyone's like, oh, disgusting, it's a fishman! And then, you know, Luffy starts to see for himself, because he wasn't aware of this, he starts to see for himself that, like, the way fishmen are seen and treated, and it adds up why Arlong was this whole thing of, like, fishman superiority, humans are inferior to us. Now we see why he felt that way. And so he goes, the Celestial Dragon that was trying to buy Kami, I think his name is Charlos, he shoots Hachi, and he starts, like, dancing. He's like, I did it, I shot a fish, like, well, I don't even know how you'd, like, say a slur for fish, man. And Luffy gets so angry that he starts walking up the stairs to punch him, and everyone's like, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, Luffy, don't! And you got, like, the other Supernova, the worst generation, we have them introduced here, like, Law and Kid, they are in the audience, they're like, Straw Hat? Oh, what's he gonna do? And he goes up to Charlos, and Charlos is like, you're looking at me funny, you're pissing me off, the way you're looking at me is pissing me off. And he tries to shoot Luffy, but he's made of rubber, bullets don't work on him, and even then he dodges the bullets just to be disrespectful, and then he decks Charlos so hard in the face that the colors change. And that alone, that single punch, inspired, like, now they send, like, Kizaru and, like, the Admirals and, like, pacifistas and stuff to Sabaody because someone attacked the Celestial Dragon. We've seen earlier in the arc, people, like, kidnapped Celestial Dragons, like, there was this couple, like this normal NPC couple that were walking around, and the fishman looks at the woman and is like, I like the cut of your jib, you're gonna be my new sex slave, and he, like, shoots the boyfriend and kills him and takes her hostage and, like, imprisons her, and no one can do anything because they know what's gonna happen if they do something. It's insane that this is a part of this story. And so we know exactly what's gonna happen. Kizaru, the guy made of light, who's got, like, that funky face. Hold on, the music's changed again. So, the admirals are coming, and, well, one admiral. Let me see, what are these? Second pick for me, the genuine one, would be a news reporter in One Piece, because that's such a fun, well-paying job in One Piece. Yeah, well, Big News Morgan, I would work with Big News Morgan, that's a cool idea. I'm a rat and a snitch, I state proudly. Disgusting. Terrible. Fisher. Exclamation points. Insane. So obviously Straw Hat and Trafalgar Law, Trafalgar Water Law, and Useless Mid, they all fight together to try and open a path, and the Straw Hats manage to escape briefly. Rayleigh, the way they free Kami, because she has like an explosive collar on, he manages to kind of like phase his hand through it and like destroy it, and it's not a devil fruit. This is another early showing of Haki that we don't know anything about. He looks like magic. And Rayleigh takes them away, he hides them in the bar with Shaki, which, for the record, Shaki is like overrated. She's a chud. I don't care. Like, Prime Shaki was hot, but current day Shaki, I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. I'm just saying that now, just putting that out there. Because I know Sleepy T thinks I'm crazy for that, but I'm not crazy. Kizaru is also my favorite admiral out of all of them. I've heard that... Hey, there he is! Sleepy T! Kizaru is my favorite admiral out of all of them. I know that stuff happens for him in Egghead. and I like that, and I want to see what that's about. But, you know, so far I haven't gotten to that, so I think Aokiji is my favorite, even though Sleepy T went as a Kainu for Comic-Con. So, you know. Afternoon, I was working and now I am back. You were, oh yeah, you were doing over, oh yeah, I got it. So, we hide in, what's his name, Rayleigh's bar. We get that cool thing where Rayleigh reveals that he was on the King of the Pirates' ship, Roger, and he explains a lot of stuff, a lot of exposition. Roger was never captured by the Marines. He turned himself in because he had a terminal illness. He set out on one last grand adventure, which we then see a little bit more of in Wano. He sets off on a grand adventure to cross the Grand Line, to be the first person to ever make it all the way around the Grand Line. And then when he came back from that adventure, he turned himself in. And with his dying breath, wealth, fame, power. Gold Roger, the king of the pirates, attained all this and everything else the world has to offer. His dying words sent countless souls to the sea.
You want my treasure? You can have it. I left it buried there in one place. Now you just have to find it.
Bow, bow, bow. You know how that goes. And so obviously, Usopp and Robin take particular interest to this. Like, Robin asks if he knows about the, what's it called, like the Void Sentry, and he says he does, but he'll tell her if she wants, but he recommends that she reads the poneglyphs for herself and sees if she can come to a different conclusion than they did. And then Usopp says, hold on, so you went to Laugh Tale, you know what the One Piece is, you should tell it. And then like Luffy interrupts, he's like, shut up! I don't want to know what the One Piece is, I don't even want to know if it exists. If Rayleigh tells me right now what the One Piece is, or if it exists, or where it is, I'm going to give up on being a pirate, and I'm going straight back home. I'm not going on a fun adventure. I'm not going on a boring adventure. And Usopp's like, yeah, of course, yeah, I got it. Yeah, my bad, G, my bad. I can't know about the One Piece disease, or I'll die. So don't tell me, Rayleigh, you better not tell me. And Rayleigh likes that answer, he likes the cut of his jib, and he's like, Luffy, do you think you have what it takes to conquer these wild seas? And then, cool Luffy moment, he's like, I don't want to conquer anything. The king of the pirates is the freest man on the seas. It's that thing of like, it's so Luffy, and we get like, it's so interesting that we've gone all of this time with just going off of like, Luffy wants to be king of the pirates. Why? Because he does. It's a deeply philosophical thing. It's not just like, I want to be Hokage, I want to be I want to be Pokemon Master. It's a deeply philosophical thing of Luffy wanting to have total freedom and have no one... He's not in charge of anyone, he's not going to tell anyone else what to do or rule over them, but he's also not going to be ruled over. And that is awesome, and we're going to see even more of that a little bit later. And that's when things sort of hit the fan. Let me quickly just say, geez, Ricky, I did it for the rage bait and it worked a treat. You know how much that's going to piss people off? What's going to piss people off? What did I say? I don't want to take it back. I stand by what I said. If it pisses people off, I just want to know what I'm getting in for. Oh, I got a load of hate for going as Akainu. It was really funny. Squared off against some old guy who went as Garp. I remember, yeah. He was like, when we were taking those like group pictures, he was throwing those fake cannonballs at you. That's funny. Kidfin, Sleepy T, if you could be any race/person/professional in One Piece, who would you pick? Fishman, I love Jinbei. True and awesome, and Jinbei is really awesome, but are you really gonna be willingly persecuted by the entire world as a slave? Not that celestial dragons don't treat everyone as slaves, but even lower class humans treat Fishman as slaves. You'd have to like never leave Fishman Island, and with a world like One Piece, I wouldn't want to stay in one place. But this is where shit hits the fan. If you've seen One Piece, this is your last chance. Mold King specifically, looking at you. You don't want to know what happens next. You want to watch this show for yourself. Because what I'm about to say, what I'm about to spoil, is something that you really should experience for yourself. That's where we stand. Finally beat Like a Dragon Gaiden Peak game. That's got nothing to do with what we're talking about. Poor fishmen. Real, yeah. Well, we'll talk about Fishmen, obviously, in the next stream when we get to post-time skip. I have a lot to say about Fishman Island as an arc. But yeah. Also, the Minx exist. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that. We'll get to Zoe when we get to the next stream. So you want me to dip out the stream? I don't want you to. Like, I like having people watching my shit, but, you know. If you are planning on watching the show, or, like, watching One Piece, you're probably not. But, you know, if any of this has changed your mind, and you want to give One Piece a shot, this would be where I would say, dip out of the stream and don't look at any spoilers or anything. And just watch the show. Because what I'm about to say, the ending of Sabaody changes the shape of the story forever. Hey, I'm trying to get Biwi to play Like a Dragon and stream it. What, Yakuza? You currently got 5 people in right now. Yeah. I'm saying for you specifically because I know you haven't watched One Piece. I'm saying, if you want to hang around, please do. But if you're looking to not get spoilers for what happens next, because this is going to be very different, and it's going to change the shape of the story forever, this would be where you'd back out. But, you know, without further ado, I'm just going to keep going, and you can stick around if you're liking the sound of my voice, or if you want to watch One Piece for yourself, this is your warning. This is the major spoiler warning, basically. I'm trying to get Biwi to play Like a Dragon and stream it. I will, eventually. I have it downloaded now, actually. It's already downloaded. I can stream it to... What day is it today? Sunday. I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I might go. The Council. No. I don't know who the Council are, and I'm sick of seeing them around, so I've decided to make them my enemy. Molking! Shoot down that flag! I'll see you later then. I might join back later if I remember. We're getting close to the end of where I want to do this stream. If you're interested in watching One Piece, then this is like a good idea to take a step back for now. And honestly, just start watching One Piece. Don't wait. Don't, like, put it off. Don't stall. Just start. It's just, you're not going to regret it. Just start watching. Yeah, I'll see you later. Take care of yourself, Molking. So, this is where I'm going to wait for just a little bit longer, just to make sure that anyone who doesn't want spoilers has already dipped before I really get into it. Obviously, Sleepy T and Unenlightened Masses, I know you've watched One Piece, so it's okay to, you know, this is all okay, it's all good. But just in case, if you're interested, you could stream Yakuza after this tier list, and yes, yeah. I want to do Yakuza for its own stream. I might stream it tomorrow. Yeah, get out of here, rock. Come on, though, don't do Molky like that. End of Egghead is so good. The fight between Shanks and Buggy is incredible. Can someone ban Sleepy T? Okay, I'm gonna eat dinner. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Don't ban Sleepy T. I was kidding. I'm pretty sure he's making that up. So, has everyone who wanted to avoid spoilers left? Is everyone, have they snuck away? I'm not gonna wait anymore. I'm gonna start talking about spoilers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 0.5, 0.25, 0.125, 0. The Straw Hats get split up. The Straw Hats get split up. Let me switch the music. Luffy dies! He dies a number of times in this show. In the same way that a lot of One Piece characters die. They don't. Now, where is that? The Straw Hats. Okay, here we go. The Straw Hats get split up. So, I don't know how we feel about this. I mean, obviously, I know everybody loves this. I don't know how to put it into words. Because I knew it was coming and it still hit me like a ton of bricks. Because I got spoiled for the story at this point. The Straw Hats, it feels like we've got a little, you know, the ship's getting coated by Rayleigh. Things are going well. We're about to go to Fishman Island. And then Kizaru shows up, the pacifistas sent Maru. And a single pacifista, they can't defeat it. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji together cannot defeat it. And Luffy starts panicking, and he starts splitting everybody up. And, you know, it gets really, you know... I don't even know how to really put it into words. Kuma shows up, the real Kuma. And he starts blipping people away, and we don't know what it is. It looks like he just erased them from existence. And he starts one by one, the Straw Hats start falling, and Luffy starts freaking out and trying to, like, reach them, but he can't even save them. He can't fight Kuma. The moment he gets to the Straw Hat that he's about to save, they blip out of existence. Until it's just Luffy left, and he has, like, a mental breakdown, crying on the floor. And it's crazy. And, like, I can't imagine people who've seen this for the first time, like, trying to understand what happened. Because, just, this is a massive twist. It completely changes the pace, like, the direction of the story. And it leads into one of the most beloved sagas in the story. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It's so good. Man, it's so good. And obviously Kuma, he has that thing. He says he's, like, fighting with Kizaru. And who else should I? It was Rayleigh, and he, like, whispers something to Kuma or something. I don't remember. No, Kuma whispers something to Rayleigh that we don't hear until much later. I know of this because I got spoiled a little bit, so I don't want more spoilers for Egghead. And I know that, like, you know, Kuma, he comes back, he looks at Luffy, and he says, "You and I will never see each other again," and he blips him away. And then you zoom out, and you get a panning shot where the narrator says, "On this day, the Straw Hat pirate crew, led by Monkey D. Luffy, was completely destroyed." And it is unbelievable. And so I'm putting that in the A tier. Is that my cat at my window? It is. Ah, for fuck's sake. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, they all get split up, and that's where we begin the final saga of pre-time skip. I think it's pretty great. I'm kind of worn out, I'm sorry. How are we all feeling about things? Where are we in terms of... in terms of these arcs, in terms of where we are. Okay, well, I guess no one seems to mind. We're gonna keep going. Unless anyone has anything to say, Sleepy T. And, whoever else is here. No? No one has anything to say? I mean, I'm caught up in solid rankings, yeah, cool. If you're interested in hearing any of the stuff I said earlier, the VOD will be up at, like, the moment the stream ends. So you can probably see where I put all of this stuff. I mean, I've been talking for, like, 3.5 hours. Christ. But we're almost at the end of pre-time skip. Here we go. Amazon Lily. How do we feel about Amazon Lily? Because Amazon Lily, it doesn't reach the heights of a lot of these other arcs, but it has something that I very much appreciate, which is, like, very little downtime, things have purpose, and we're moving forward, and whenever we are taking a breather, we're just enjoying time on Amazon Lily, and it doesn't overstay its welcome, it doesn't drag, it doesn't have terrible decisions put, like, right in the middle of it. It is, like, a complete, like, pace reset, because we've gone through so much, so many incredible arcs with incredibly high, like, stakes and emotion. I think Amazon Lily, I liked Amazon Lily. I liked it too, I just don't know how much. Like, it doesn't reach the heights of some of these arcs, but it also doesn't, it's not like it doesn't reach those lows. I like how it portrays Luffy. I agree. I think Amazon Lily, to be honest, this might be weird for me to put it here. I didn't think I liked Amazon Lily this much, but, like, I think what you're saying rings true. It's the fact that, like, Luffy is on his own, doesn't have his crew anymore, and things just feel different. Like, nothing horrific happens in this arc, but, like, we've just come off the heels of some major story changes, and things just feel different. We don't have the crew anymore, we're not going to a new island, we're already at a new island and Luffy is by himself. And we sort of feel like we don't really have much purpose right now, we don't know where we're going. It's sort of like in Persona, you get like the phase of the story that's like the Tower Arcana phase of the story, like the death of the old self is the beginning of the new. This is what like Sabaody and Amazon Lily feel like. It's like, we have completely fallen apart, and we're recovering from that now. Luffy meets Boa Hancock. I've come around on Boa Hancock. Initially, I didn't like her, because she is literally introduced kicking like a puppy. I'm like, okay, bro. I understand what they're going for, but I'm not okay with that. If you know anything about me, anything remotely resembling animal abuse is something I can't really handle. So that, you know, I didn't really like her for the start. Also the fact that, like, obviously she's super conceited, she's like, I can do whatever I want and I'll get away with it because I'm beautiful. And, like, within the story, yeah, she's right, because literally anybody who sees her, man or woman, whatever, like, circumstance, whatever situation, the moment they see her, they think impure thoughts, and that's how her devil fruit works. I have some issues with it, because, like, it feels like the thing I liked about devil fruits earlier on in the story was that, like, anyone could have any fruit. Like, what does Kaku have to do with a giraffe? Obviously he has, like, a long nose and it's kind of, like, lanky, but, like, Khalifa, what does she have to do with bubbles and baths other than being a woman and Oda is Oda? Or, like, the gun who ate the dog fruit, you know? Or Buggy eating the chop fruit. A clown that can, like, dissect his body? You'd think, like, that's more of, like, a magician thing, but, you know, it's interesting. And then you get to Boa Hancock, it's like, how convenient. The most beautiful woman in universe has a fruit that is basically Medusa. If you think impure thoughts about her, she turns you to stone. And they kind of address this at the end of, like, Wano, or, like, between Wano and Egghead, where Blackbeard comes over to, like, try and steal her fruit, and she's like, this fruit's worthless on you because no one's going to want to sleep with you. This fruit is nothing without my beauty. And that's just what I mean. It's just kind of like, it feels like kind of lazy character design just because we wanted a goonbait character. But whatever, I get it. And, like, it leads to some cool stuff, especially with Luffy and the sisters, the Boa sisters. Like, when they're fighting and he, like, covers up their back because he's aware that there's a symbol on their back that they're hiding and they don't want people to see. The fact that Luffy forms friendships with, like, random people here on the island. Obviously, there's that thing of, like, that stupid joke of, like, oh, an island of women who've never seen a man before. Oh, what's this mushroom between his legs? That's just, okay, whatever. It's stupid. Not really funny, but, you know, whatever. It's a low-hanging fruit. But I like that stuff. It's very simple that, like, the little arc Luffy, he doesn't go on a character arc, but this story arc for Boa Hancock and, like, all of Amazon Lily, of Luffy being, like, that very typical shonen protagonist of, like, the pure of heart kind of character, where he's face to face with a beautiful woman naked in the bath, and all he thinks about is, what am I going to have to eat? Or like when she presents him with this ultimatum of like, I will grant you one wish. You can either get me to turn these women back to normal and not be stone, or I can give you a ship to go back to Sabaody Archipelago as a test. And Luffy's like, oh, great, turn them back to normal, please. And she's like, oh, he's a good person. I did not anticipate this. You know what I mean? It's very simple stuff, and I'm not, like, super in love with it, but it fits Luffy. And I also like the fact that, like, in his fight with the sisters, he covered up their backs, and they were like, what are you doing? And he's like, we'll continue the fight after you've got this sorted out. Like, I don't hate you guys. And this has nothing to do with our fight, so I'm not gonna keep fighting you until we're both ready to continue. Which is really cool. We also get, like, a lot of Haki stuff. All throughout this story, we've had a lot of Haki foreshadowing as early as Romance Dawn, as early as, like, the first chapter. But then we had a lot of stuff in Skypiea. We had a lot of stuff in... I've talked about it somewhere else. I think, Sabaody with, what's his name? Rayleigh? But here we really lean into it, because Luffy keeps getting hit by things, and he's like, how does this hurt? I'm made of rubber. And we find out that, like, this is an island of not just women, but they're warriors, and they are trained in, like, Haki. So they have armament and or observation Haki. So that's really cool for setup stuff. Hold on, the music is a little bit too intense for the point that we're at. There we go. Luffy, I like that he gets that moment with Boa where she reveals the tattoo on her back, and Luffy, because Luffy had said that he thought he recognized that marking, and she asks him if he recognizes it now up close. And he says, I don't think I do anymore. It just reminded me of my friend Hachi's tattoo, his marking, which was of the Sun Pirates. Which, for this point in the story, we don't know that there's a correlation there, but there is, and that's just so cool. Such good foreshadowing. And she explains, she gives us a bit of a lowdown on her history as a slave. The Celestial Dragons kidnapped her and her sisters and took them in as slaves. They don't go into detail about what they did, but I think we can... For Boa Hancock to be as and her sisters, who have panic attacks just thinking about what happened, as young girls, and seeing what the Celestial Dragons are like, I think we can understand what kind of slavery they were sold into. Especially regarding Boa weaponizing her beauty to control men. I think we know what that means. And obviously, you know, she gives us a little bit of, like, Fisher Tiger lore. There was a fishman called Fisher Tiger who scaled the, like, was it the Red Line? To go into Marijois and save and liberate the slaves, fishmen or human, man or woman, child, everyone who's a slave was freed. And so we don't know much about Fisher Tiger or what that's all about, but just that as like a bit of world building is really cool, and the story will make good of that when we get to Fishman Island, which we will get to. And this is all really good. I like that a lot. I like that Luffy, like the moment where she asks him if he hates her now that he knows that she was a slave. And Luffy says, I only hate the Celestial Dragons, not their victims. That's really cool. We get like a fun party between Luffy and everyone where he like teaches them Binks sake, which is, even though he's apart from his crew, he's still thinking about them. But he's like a lot more cheery because he's like a little bit at rest now. He's like, I can go back to Sabaody like this with a ship, and I'll deal with the pacifistas and everything when I get there. And that's when the granny, she shows up, and she's kind of like, you know, she's like making small talk, reading the paper, and that's when we find out about Ace and his execution. And we pull out the Viva card that we got in Alabasta. Again, the Chekhov's gun has paid off now. We got the Viva card. We didn't know what it was, but Ace said that this piece of paper will lead us to get, like, I'll tear off a piece for myself so I know where you are and if you're okay. And you can have this piece to make sure if I'm okay. And to, like, find me when the time is right. And that Chekhov's gun finally fires right here because we see that it's burning away. It's representative of like his life force, Ace is in big trouble. Because he's about to get executed. There's a war brewing between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, because Ace has been captured and is going to get executed. And we've seen a little bit earlier, which I forgot to mention, of Ace's like little side story. We actually got to see what that was about. He chased down Blackbeard because Blackbeard, who was another Whitebeard pirate who killed one of his own crewmates to get the fruit that he found. They had a rule on the ship that was like, whoever finds a devil fruit gets to call dibs on it. But it was such a good fruit, like the dark fruit. The reason why Blackbeard joined the Whitebeard pirates to begin with was to find that fruit. He kills the guy who found it and takes it, and so he runs away, obviously. And the Whitebeard pirates don't want to go after him, but Ace is so, like, worked up about, like, the code of honor they have, and, like, we were family. The Whitebeard is our dad, and we're brothers, and you're gonna kill your own brother? And they tell him not to go after him, but he goes anyway. They find each other, and, Blackbeard overpowers Ace and turns him into the Navy, the Marines. So, now Luffy has to make a decision. Am I going to go after Ace and save him, or am I going to go back to Sabaody to find my crew, who may not be there? Or, you know, obviously, do I go find Ace by myself, without the strength and the having my crew to rely on? And it's so cool, and Luffy has to make a difficult decision that is, like, honestly fantastic for the story, where he goes after Ace by himself. Sorry, I've been getting messages. Who has been messaging me? Mulking. So, Luffy has to... Hold on, I've played this before, haven't I? This song. Not this one. I think this is pretty good. So, Luffy has to decide whether or not to go after Ace. And he does. He goes by himself. He asks Boa to... Because earlier in the story, we know that she's a warlord and that the warlords were summoned for something. Now we know that it's because of the Whitebeard War. And she had no intention of going. But now Luffy... Sorry, I keep getting fucking messages. I need to mute my thing. Pew, 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 pew. She had no intention of going, but she's, like, fallen in love with Luffy now. The one person who's ever, like, treated her as more than just an object. And Luffy basically asks her and tells her, like, there's been a change of plans. I need to save my brother from execution. You are a warlord. You have an inn. Can you take me, please, to Impel Down, where my brother is held? And obviously, like, the Boa sisters and the granny are like, he's... The insolence! But she's like, I'll go anywhere with you. And, you know, they go together. And the story really starts to pick up. We get, like, a good few chapters of, like, watching things go down, watching the war brew, watching, like, you know, Ace locked up and with Jinbei and, like, them talking about things, Ace talking about his brother. And like, asking Jinbei after I go to look after him. And Jinbei's very interesting. We see him for the first time. We've talked about him before. And he says, don't misunderstand my kindness. I admire you, so I, like, respect you because you've proven yourself to me, but I'm not babysitting your brother. If he wants my respect, he's going to have to earn it. Which is very cool and very interesting, the way things are going to go down. Impel Down. From here, all three of these, really, like, these next two are some of the biggest arcs in the entire show. Not in terms of length, but in terms of impact and, like, the density, like, how concentrated things are, of how much happens in these arcs. I don't have much to say on some of them, or on Marineford. I have, like, fairly straightforward opinions. But Impel Down, I do want to talk about quite a bit about things I like about it. So I want to hear Sleepy T and anyone else who is still here. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? Because I'm about to dump some stuff onto you guys that may get me crucified and may get me murdered as a One Piece fan. All spamming emotes. I haven't got much to add. Okay. Cool. Cool. Impel Down. This is probably my more straightforward opinion. This goes into S tier. For so many reasons. The tension, you know? The story has never been this desperate, only like maybe the fight against Rob Lucci, but like Luffy running down Dante's circles of hell to like try and get to Ace, of him like fighting Magellan and prioritizing. He's like, I can't beat him like this. I need to start sacrificing my limbs. What limbs can I afford to sacrifice right now? Insane. Bon Clay returns and like making good on that Chekhov's gun of Bon Clay like getting themselves arrested for the Straw Hats and being like, we will always be friends, oh come my way. Now obviously we see them again at Impel Down because they got arrested and they kept their friendship with Luffy. They see each other and they're beyond thrilled to see each other. Luffy maybe more so than Bon Clay, the relief of like having a friendly familiar face there to help him through this horrible crisis. Buggy returns, Mr. 3, and Buggy and Mr. 3 end up, even though they had nothing to do with each other, they end up like time together makes them a crew, and it's so fun. We get Ivankov and the Kamabaka Queendom, like the secret Kamabaka Queendom, not like the one on the surface world. And that is just really cool from a world-building perspective, that there's a country of this kind of people and their role in the Revolutionary Army. We find out, Ivankov, the reason why... So Bon Clay, when Luffy gets, like, poisoned, Bon Clay takes him to Ivankov to, like, cure him, because obviously they know... they know that... they know of Ivankov because they worship Ivankov as like a queen, as like an idol of gender euphoria, and you know, I don't know how to like approach this topic without maybe being offensive, so I apologize if I've said anything wrong, but I think you can understand what I mean. Like they are Ivankov is like a beacon of hope for people like them, and you know, Ivankov, upon saving Luffy basically info dumps that like he is Monkey D. Dragon's son, because like Ivankov's like, Monkey D. Luffy, are you perhaps related to Dragon? And he's like, yeah, that's my dad. And so that makes Ivankov work with Luffy, because we find out that the Kamabakas have a very big presence in the Revolutionary Army. Also, there we go, we find out what Dragon is and what he's about, and like why we saw him at the beginning of the story fighting a marine. There are so many layers to things here. It's so good. It's fantastic, seriously. And Crocodile, he comes back, we see him again, and it's this really cool thing of like past enemies are now becoming like part of our little makeshift crew, because they have like common goals. Crocodile wants to be free, and he like, as much as he hates Luffy, like Luffy's like, you're gonna kill me if I release you, and he's like, I need you to kill like the admirals, and because I hate them and stuff. I hate them more. So that's really cool. There is like stuff with Boa early in the story, which is really fun. There's like Luffy getting Buggy on his side is just like give him a treasure that's like that armband that he got in like, was it Thriller Bark or something? Which like that one tiny bit of character design was like a Chekhov's gun. It was set up for this moment to get Buggy to work with him. We get Ivankov and Crocodile. There are so many character interactions there of like, there was a secret between them that Crocodile doesn't want getting out there. Presumably, Crocodile may have formerly been a woman, and Ivankov used the hormone change, because that's what they do with like a lot of characters. But nobody knows for sure, obviously. There are a lot of fan theories that spawned from that are very interesting. There's just so much to talk about. There's Jinbei. He joins, he begs Luffy to free him, and to like say that like he wants to help him fight the Marines that save Ace, because he cares about Ace. And obviously we know that Jinbei was a warlord. We've heard that earlier in the story, as early as, like, Baratie. So the fact that he's locked up when every other warlord, including Boa, are now on the field fighting is probably because he refused to fight, so the government came and locked him up. Because Jinbei has affiliation with the Whitebeard pirates. He has a lot of respect for Whitebeard for reasons that we will find out here in Fishman Island. But, like, obviously Luffy frees him, and that's the best possible thing he could have done. But immediate, like, the short term and the long term. There's so much about Impel Down. It's like a really fun adventure that has a lot of tension, a lot of stakes, so much happens. Luffy teaming up with past friends and villains, like, you get, like, the sense of, like the Straw Hats, they all have their own dreams and ambitions. It's just that, like, these guys are different because they don't care about helping Luffy. They're just helping him for now, you know? And that's just so good. Oh my god. Impel Down goes in S-Tim. Marineford is where I have some opinions that people may not like, and I think Sleepy T can attest for this because his opinions are similar to mine. I'm just outing you here. If I'm going down, you're going down with me, dude. I think Marineford... I'm gonna put it at the top of B tier. It has a lot of very high highs, and some lows that I'm not... Here's the thing. I need you to understand this. I watched the anime for this. This was before I switched to One Piece. And I think everyone generally knows that Marineford was... This was the beginning of One Piece, because it had been slowing down, right? I know I've seen, like, statistics of, like, East Blue being, like, 2 chapters per episode, and then Enies Lobby went down to, like, 1.5 per episode and stuff. That's cool, I have big issues with it. Good, we're both going down together. Marineford had it. You know, I got you, yeah. Marineford, the pacing is... And I'm gonna just sort of say what I remember Sleepy T said. Is that the pacing ends up messing with it because there are, like... The Whitebeard, like, the Marines that are executing Ace, they kind of just let the war play out until the very last moment to execute Ace. And it's like, I get that they didn't have the orders to execute Ace earlier. They wanted to do it, like, live on stream so the whole world could see. But, like, I agree, it deflates the moment a little bit, at least in the anime. In the manga, things are paced differently because you just go from panel to panel. But in animation format, you need to let characters move and speak, and you need to let the music play, and I get it, you know, I get it. But Marineford, in the anime, because that's where I watched that, I have issues with it. Let me switch the music, because this is too cheery and fun. I think this can work. So, we're rushing to save Ace from the platform. We failed to get him and Impel Down narrowly, so we're chasing after the ship that is taking him to Marineford, which is a military base, a Navy Marine base, where they're executing Ace. Bon Clay sacrifices themselves to basically stop Magellan and get get Luffy and everyone else past things. The admirals are all gathered, and, you know, Aokiji closes off the bay when the Whitebeard pirates arrive, so they can't back out, with a massive wall of ice, which is what Luffy and co use to fall in from the sky. We get announcements of big things. We find out that Ace is, what is it? He's Goldie Roger's biological son, which explains a lot of things about Ace not being Luffy's brother or Dragon's son, or like Garp's grandson, even though Garp did raise him. And explains why he calls Whitebeard his dad, even though, like, they only met when Ace was already an adult. We get a lot of, like, moments with the Whitebeard pirates of Luffy standing up to Whitebeard, and everyone's like, shh, stop, don't say anything. And Luffy's, like, yelling at Whitebeard, like, oh, I get it, you're here because you want to be king of the pirates. Well, that's not happening. You're going to have to beat me, and that's not going to happen. And Whitebeard's like, I like this kid. And he gives everyone orders to basically back Luffy up so Luffy can go to the platform and save Ace. We get a lot of stuff with, like, Oars or Oars Jr. or whatever. We get, like, there is one cool thing about, like, Oars Jr. that I like. Everything else drags. it drags really long. Even though we get, like, first off, payoff for Thriller Bark, because we saw other stuff with Oars. But, like, we get, like, the reason he likes Ace, he's part of Whitebeard's crew, but the reason he likes Ace is because he's a giant, he's, like, super big. And so, being closer to the sun, he couldn't get any shade, and he'd just get really hot. And Ace wove a straw hat for him that he learnt how to make in the land of Wano, which is really cool setup for, like, a moment that comes later. So obviously, in retrospect, I really like that, but at the time, I didn't really feel either which way about it. But other than that, Oars Jr., that stuff drags. Sort of everyone is fighting for Ace, and Ace is, like, crying that, like, he doesn't want his family to risk their lives for him, because he thinks he hates himself, and he hates, like, the fact that he's the Pirate King's son. And we don't 100% know why yet, but we're gonna find out. A lot of cool stuff, really cool fights. Just, like, the cool thing about Marineford is that every major character that we've seen so far, and that we've, like, heard about, like, Doflamingo, I forgot to mention in Jaya, but we get to see Doflamingo very early. And he actually gets a role to play here, where he gets, like, that, you know, that famous quote about how, you know, justice will always prevail, there is no other way, because the winners of a war will decide what justice is. There's never been any other outcome. And the children who know peace have different values than children who've never known war. That kind of stuff. Boa Hancock fighting Smoker to save Luffy. So cool. Mr. 3 using his wax fruit to make the key. Obviously, Luffy manages to get to the platform. But, like, things are getting so rough that he needs Ivankov to inject him with the hormone to get up to the platform. You've got, like, the admirals, and Luffy is facing down against them, 3 titans. We got, like, I forgot to mention, so we've had Aokiji in Water 7, like the Water 7 saga. We had Kizaru in Sabaody, and now we finally get to meet the last admiral, which is Akainu. And we see, like, a very big difference in personality and power sets between all 3 of these. The way Akainu is introduced by killing one of his own soldiers very painfully for even daring to entertain the idea of running away from the war and going home to his wife and kids. We get to see how, let's just say, devoted Akainu is to the Marines' cause. Let's just say that. And Luffy's facing off against all 3 of them, and, well, facing off, like, standing, you know, face to face with them. You know, Luffy running up the platform, and Garp, you know, like, the whole crisis of conscience that Garp is having this entire time. We had, like, flashbacks of him raising Luffy and Ace together, and how he wanted them to be Marines as children. And now we cut to the present moment, he's next to Ace, and he's crying to himself. He's like, why couldn't you have been a Marine? Why do you have to make me go through this? And it's so sad. And like, Luffy is ready to fight. We get Kobe. Kobe has a moment here, because, like, at the very beginning of the story, Romance Dawn, Kobe and Luffy are at odds. Luffy wants to be Pirate King, and Kobe wants to be a Marine. And Luffy, and in, like, post-Enies Lobby, he says that, like, if Kobe ever has to go after Luffy, Luffy will treat him as an equal, but he will also not resent him for coming after him. And it is so, like, God, it's so powerful. The way Luffy has to, like, fight Garp, and Garp cannot bring himself to do it, and he lets Luffy punch him off the platform. It's amazing. Absolute justice isn't healthy? Gasp, I didn't know that. Well, here's definition of absolute justice. Also, welcome back. Let's see. What else is there I can really talk about before? I don't think there's much more left. There's just Luffy freeing Ace, and we didn't know that we could get Ace freed. We thought things were going to go bad, but then we managed to get him away, and he, like, is engulfed in fire, obviously. Who's the guy with the Buddha fruit? Garp's friend, who now eats the rice crackers. What's his name? Sengoku. Sengoku is, like, trying to stop them, and Luffy has to turn into the balloon, like Gear 3, to try and stop, like, the impact. Just in time for Mr. 3 to make a key out of the wax fruit, and they free Ace, and, like, you get the swell in music. Sengoku, yeah, I got it, yeah. You got the swell in the music, and, like, Ace is free, we did it, now all we need to do is run away, and Whitebeard and his pirates are all like, cover them while they escape, and it's just so good. Then Akainu shows up and like everyone is trying to stop them, and Akainu basically tells Ace that you Whitebeard sucks. Your real dad is Roger. Whitebeard is not your dad, and he's also a coward and an old man, and he sucks. And Ace is like, take that back, and he like tries to fight him, and it doesn't go well. And while Luffy's distracted, because Ace, I think he drops. I don't remember what. Like, I think it was the beaver. I don't remember. He drops something. And as Luffy's like bending over to pick it up, Akainu switches targets to go after Luffy, and Ace jumps into the way, and this is... Okay, let me like switch the music for this. Is this right? Is this... I think Without You would be too heavy-handed. The music like stops, and sounds stop. You just hear the wind blowing and everything goes black and white. The way they did it in the anime, I haven't seen the manga for it, but the anime did it very, very well. Ace's death, I knew it was coming because I got spoiled, but like the first time a character actually dies on screen permanently with consequences, we have this massive struggle for this entire saga really like trying to go after Ace, and all of the sacrifices Luffy made, like getting Ivankov to bolster his body full of hormones that will kill him, and like getting willingly poisoned by Magellan to just push through. Like all of the stuff that Luffy did to try and save Ace ended up being for nothing. He failed his crew, and now he failed his brother. He holds Ace in his arms, and Ace is like, someone can help him, right? Like, Ivankov, you can like fix him the way you fixed me, and everyone's just like telling him that like we can't fix a wound like this, because Ace gets like a hole punched through his chest by the magma fruit, which is interesting because he's a Logia type. So I don't know if it's because of the magma or because magma is like earth, or if it's because of Haki, but one way or another, Akainu murks his ass, and Ace sort of is like crying and apologizing to Luffy and asking him to tell everybody, and for himself to know that like Ace felt so loved and was so thankful to have been loved in this life, as even though he was like the spawn of the worst man alive. Oh, my ping is getting really high. Oh. Is stream okay? Have I been cutting out? Because my ping took a dip. I forgot to mention about, like, Conqueror's Haki. Luffy's had, like, bursts of Conqueror's Haki. That's not, like, super important right now, but it is quite cool. And, Marineford was a big instance of that. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. No. Have I been cutting? Is that no because I've been cutting out, or no, like, my stream has dipped, it's bad? Boom, 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 boom. Bum 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 bum, 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 boom 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 boom, bum bum bum, boom boom. Well, the stream seems to be doing okay now. Stream is fine. Damn chat delay. Okay. Let's see. So, Luffy holds Ace in his arms as he dies, and, you know, Ace thanks him for loving him. And the way Luffy, like, the voice acting and the way it, like, breaks down is so powerful. I really appreciate that One Piece isn't one of those damn anime that, like, the main character loses someone that's beloved to him, and that's enough to make him angry, and he gets a power-up, and his eyes glow red, and he goes after the bad guy, and the bad guy gets afraid because he's so, like, different now. He's so badass and cool. It's like, One Piece doesn't do that, and I'm so happy. Well, hold on. It's actually playing the power-up music. Fuck's sake. Here we go. So, everyone has to sort of run, like, get Luffy and run away. Whitebeard is ready to sacrifice himself so everyone can run away. And Marco and like, I forget his name, but like, Rizzo? No. Kikunojo's brother, the one that, like, we didn't know would be a big deal until like Wano. They fight off the admirals and help Jinbei carry Luffy away. And it's really sad, and like Whitebeard's death is really impactful because like Blackbeard shows up. I forgot to mention, he raided Impel Down. He was going down as Luffy was coming back up. Because he wanted to pick up like a crew of like the strongest people at Impel Down. And so they had a face-off because Blackbeard is responsible for turning Ace in, and he admits that, I was actually going for you, but your brother got in the way, and that works, I'll take that. And Luffy punches him, but obviously they had to get going, so whatever. He's here at the war now. He shows up, like, at the last minute to avoid all the fighting and to just, like, when Whitebeard is already about to die, he's going to kill him and take his fruit, which is something that only Blackbeard can do with the Dark Fruit. He's the only person in known history to be able to eat more than one Devil Fruit. And he's obviously going for the strongest Devil Fruit, which is the Quake Fruit. Oh wow, that's like a tone shift, wow. Let me play without you so Sleepy T will cry like a baby. So, Whitebeard, you know, obviously Luffy is broken down, Ace is dead, Whitebeard, his son is gone, Garp, you know, he's asking Sengoku to pin him down because if I don't get pinned down, I'm going to kill Akainu. And Luffy, obviously, you know, he's conked out. Whitebeard sacrifices himself so everyone can run away. And when he finally does die, he has no scars on his back, which is super cool. He's got like thousands of stab wounds and gunshot wounds, cannonball wounds, but his back is completely clean. He has no scars on his back. Again, scars on the back of this are a shame of a swordsman, or at least a very honorable and powerful man. And even in death, he is still stood up. It's a very like Japanese honorable thing that you see in a lot of stories, is that like powerful characters, when they die, they don't fall over. Their back does not touch the ground, which is awesome. And, you know, his final words are that, teach, Blackbeard, you are not the man Roger was waiting for. And he's like, you're still alive? And Whitebeard is like, the One Piece is real, the One Piece does exist. And Sengoku, you know, freaks out. He's just bolstered the age of piracy that Roger has left behind, that they were trying to squash by murdering, well, by assassinating, executing, God, Ace. And it's super good. We get, like, Shanks showing up to the war. Kobe, like, there are still pirates on the field, so Akainu is, like, trying to murder all of them and sending out his forces to die. And Kobe stands up to him and says, like, this is wrong. You're sent, like, the fight is over. We can prevent more needless deaths. We can just lock up the pirates. We're sending our own men to die. And Akainu, obviously, is about to kill him because he's Akainu. Obviously, he's not going to take that shit. And Shanks shows up. And he has a cool moment, because the reason he's late to the war is because the Kaido, the Beast Pirates, were coming from Wano to join the war, and Shanks got them to turn back and to go the other way. And he shows up in the nick of time and he says, young man, your bravery bought me a few seconds to, like, what was it? Like, the world changed trajectory. History has changed trajectory because of the bravery you've just shown. And Shanks basically single-handedly ends the war. Obviously, Blackbeard has the Quake Fruit and he fucks off. The Straw Hat is left behind, and Shanks, his men are telling him that, like, they want to see Luffy again, but Shanks says, if we see each other now, I'll be breaking our promise. So, you know, he gave Luffy the Straw Hat because he wanted Luffy to be a great pirate, and until he becomes a great pirate, he can't see him again. So he asks Buggy, I mean, he sort of blackmails Buggy into giving him the hat back. And everything has just gone to shit. Like, we end on a massive loss. And I think this is fantastic for the story. Luffy is, like, inconsolable. We get into post-war, and he, like, is so lost. He's, like, freaking out, and he wants to basically die, and, like, oh, man, as someone who's gone through, I'm not going to trauma dump, but as someone who's gone through those kinds of feelings before, it's very powerful when a character wakes up from a tragedy. And, like, Luffy says, he wakes up from what just happened, and he says that, like, it wasn't a dream, was it? That really happened. Ace really died. It's so sad, and he starts freaking out. And Jinbei has to be the one, because like the heart pirates, Law's pirates, they help Luffy and everyone escape. Is this? Sorry, I'm meant to be taking this seriously. I don't really have any like sad songs to play on this list. Let's go with this. So, final little bit of this story. Luffy is losing his mind, and Jinbei has to be the one to, like, beat some sense into him and tell him, you can't just focus on what you've lost. Think about what you still have. And you get this, genuinely, this moment makes me cry just thinking about it. Of Luffy counting on his fingers the crewmates that he's met and experienced, like, just memories of him on the ship. They don't even have to be good memories, just time they spent together. And he starts crying, he says, I still have my crew. And Jinbei smiles and he sits back, and Luffy basically says that we all agreed to meet back at Sabaody, and I'm kind of late because of the war, but, you know, I have to go and find them. And Rayleigh shows up and he says, you're not... let me propose an alternative solution. I can take you there, but you're not ready for the New World. You know this. You and me, we're going to train for 2 years. I'm going to teach you Haki, and I'm going to teach you how to, like, take your power to the next level so you can defend yourself and the people you love in the New World and really chase your dream of being the king of the pirates. And that's what they do. And Luffy goes back to the Marineford, so he has, like, the 3D2Y tattoo. I love that stuff. Genuinely. It's so good. We get, like, the Ace backstory of, like, Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. We find out, like, what it was like growing up in the Goa Kingdom, how things were for Luffy after Shanks left, you know, things with Garp. And obviously, you know, like, their experiences as kids with the Mountain Bandits, with the Dun, their Sake pledge as brothers. And then later, obviously, we get hints that, like, Ace has Conqueror's Haki, we got like, Sabo, we found out that this character we've never seen before, you know? He was part of this trio. And the reason we haven't seen him is because he got shot down on his way out, so Sabo was a noble. He was, like, high class, not quite on the level of Celestial Dragons, but they were, like, affiliates. And Sabo hated it because of the way things were. Like, nobles look down on other people, and, like, there's a class divide. He can't stand it, and he feels like he can't truly be free like this. And when he finds out that a Celestial Dragon is coming to visit, so all of the nobles set fire to, like, the outskirts of the island where the poor people live, to clean up the island, to cleanse it for the Celestial Dragon that's arriving. That's when Sabo writes a letter to Ace and Luffy telling them what's going on, trying to get them to flee. That's when Dragon and the Revolutionaries show up, and Sabo tells them what's going on, but, like, I don't think we fully have seen... I don't know. And as Sabo is about to leave on, like, his little raft, his little ship, to try and run away from this island, he crosses the sea at the same time as the Celestial Dragon that's arriving, and he gets shot down just for being on the sea at the same time as him. So obviously, Luffy and Ace, they manage to survive the fire and put it out, and the poor people manage to survive. But they know that Sabo is gone, and they give him, like, a little funeral. And as kids, and they look out into the sea where they swear that, like, Luffy will be strong enough so as to never lose anyone ever again, which we know from Sabaody and from Marineford. Those are two things that unfortunately he was not able to do. And then Ace swears that he will become a great pirate, so he can have proof that he lived, not as the King of the Pirates' son, but as his own man. And that he promises to never die, so Luffy would never have to go through the loss of another person again. Which, again, we know... This is like dramatic irony, where the audience already knows the sadness of these lines when the characters don't. And this is very good stuff. And we finally end off... Let me put on some more positive music. What song should I play? let's play my theme. We get to find out that Luffy sends out that message to all of his crew by basically getting himself in the newspaper with the tattoo of 3D2Y. So basically tell them we're not meeting up in 3 days, we're meeting up in 2 years. So train and get strong, basically. And that's really cool. I like that a lot. And then yeah, Luffy goes to whatever that like new island is with Rayleigh, Boa, and like the Amazon Lily people are sort of hovering around, keeping an eye on him because it's nearby. And Luffy, you know, he learns about Haki from Rayleigh. We get Observation Haki, Armament, and then Conquerors, which is what like Luffy's been able to show off. And Luffy puts the hat. He takes the hat off and says that I am going to the pirate of Monkey D. Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirate. He is going on hiatus for 2 years. And he runs off and the music swells and we get like we are playing with all of the like characters in the like all of the major arcs in a montage. And then it, instead of to be continued, it says go to new world. And I think that is awesome. Post-war is probably... I want to put it there. That's, I think, where I'm putting that. And I think that is it for this stream, because I've been talking for 4 hours, and almost 4.5 hours. That is pretty crazy. I'm going to move these up because I'm going to be continuing this One Piece stream fairly soon. How do we feel about this tier list? Let me move this up a little bit more. Oops. How are we... Oh, that's just further down, isn't it? That is my pre-time skip One Piece tier list. I initially planned to tackle every arc, but with the way I'm talking about them, like, well, I want to talk about all the stuff I like. I didn't go, like, as in-depth into some of the deeper themes as I wanted to. I think those deserve their own, like, dedicated analysis videos. Maybe. I've talked a little bit about, like, anti-colonialism in Skypiea. You've obviously got, like, the slave stuff in Sabaody, and that obviously gets expanded on in Fishman Island. You get... What was that? What was, like, the sort of court system, the unjust legal system of Enies Lobby is supposed to be like the legal system of Japan. What else was there? Like, character-centric themes too, about honor, about, like, grief. A lot of stories about grief, like, especially as of recent, like Marineford. There's just so much. There's so much to get into, and I really have a lot of opinions on this show. Mostly positive, but, you know, there are downsides, this show does reach some pretty low lows. As you can see, I don't find any of the pre-time skip arcs to be below C tier, which, again, is, like, okay. So when your worst arcs are okay, you have a pretty good show. It's just, beyond the time skip, I start to have some more... how do I say this? I have some more strict opinions, I think. But I think that's it for today. That's all I really want to talk about. I want to do more Straw Hat stuff, more One Piece stuff in the next stream. How are we all feeling about this this tier list? Well, I've got 2 concurrent viewers. How are we feeling? Is Sleepy Tea there? Or is Unenlightened Masses there? How are we feeling? I want to hear, like, your opinions as well. Not just, like, this is my tier list, but I want to know, like, where you guys would put stuff. Or how you would feel about them. You know? Is anybody out there? Man, being a tiny channel streaming game, yeah, kind of depressing. Anybody? No? I'm really like washed. I'm really like showing off how depressingly small my channel is. But that's not going to stop me from dumping my opinions of stuff on the internet. Even if no one sees them. Oops. I moved this too far now. Well, if no one's got anything to say, I think. Oh wait, this is just playing. Hold on, that wasn't my outro. That was the song, the thing. That's my outro. Here we go. Thank you all for watching, however long you have and whenever you joined. I think I'm sort of tuck it out. I've been talking for 4.5 hours about One Piece, and I still haven't even gotten like as in depth as I wanted to get. I still have obviously the other half of the time skip to get through, and I may talk about movies because these aren't as many arcs as this. But I think obviously, you know, they're pretty big arcs, so they'll have a lot of opinions there. Oh, my outro song is catching up to the chorus, so I'm gonna have to sign out very quickly. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again next time. Thank you, take care. Wait, hold on.